Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, November 26th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to our final show of the week. It is Thanksgiving Eve. There is no one out there on the streets of New York. I mean, my commute was the quickest it's ever been. In fact, I had to drop my wife off. She came into town with me and I was like, this is a breeze. I'm complaining all the time about the traffic, and here you are in the car with me. It takes me 30 minutes to get to the studio. I mean, it was phenomenal. The vibes couldn't be better. It's one of my dearest friends' birthday today. Shout out to Daniel Wolf back home in Montreal. Happy 44th. Everyone's in a great mood. Everyone's loving life. Everyone's grateful and thankful and appreciative. I do want to say right up the top, in case I forget, how thankful, how grateful, how appreciative I am to have all of you in our lives on a daily basis, to have the support that you have given us over the past year plus since the Uncrowned era started, but really since I started from, back in 2007. It's been an unbelievable journey, and it's important to give thanks. I'm so thankful for the team back there, everyone back there, Andy and Frank, Rick, Connor, of course, the great Dan, who's been joining us and who's been doing such a tremendous job. Jordan, we miss you. You're not Wally Pip. He was in the Substack comments saying that he was Wally Pipped. Absolutely not. That will never happen. Of course, everyone back on the social side of things, Kel and Spencer, new addition to the team, Marcos as well. Everyone who does all the tech stuff for us, the great Ben Hefner, the whole team at Yahoo does such a great job. Tyler, shout out to Tyler. Kirsten as well, Sam and John and Ryan, Nicole, head of sales. I mean, how could we forget Nicole? Who am I forgetting, guys? I mean, there's such a great team behind us. Chris Hines, shout out to Chris Costa, the Chris's. How can I forget the Chris's? As you're starting to rifle off the names, then you're like, oh no, I'm bound to forget someone.
James Tahulo.
James as well. Shout out to James. Shout out to everyone. Tyson Pedro too. Why not? And the great Bam Bam Tai Tuivasa, who hopefully is coming back in February on that Sydney card. The point is, if you've helped us out, we appreciate you. If you are supporting us, we appreciate you. If you're in every single day like the team back there, we appreciate you. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Frank, I even appreciate you. My man. Yeah. Wow. Where did that come from? That's a new one. Is that me?
That's you.
Wow. Where is that from? Who, me?
That was from you yesterday.
That was a weird one because it was like me talking to me.
Yeah.
It's you with Armin yesterday.
My man, Armin.
My man. We had to go back into the clean audio feed and clip that out.
Love it. That's good.
Great.
I like a little surprise.
I told Frank, I was like, I feel like there's going to be a time where you can use that. 3 minutes into the show.
It was Devin Haney.
Was it?
Yeah, because you were like, you're
Devin
at the lounge. Are we annoying you right now?
Oh, yeah.
Like, no,
yeah.
I'd always make time for you. And you were like,
my man. Yeah, that's sort of like my passive-aggressive way of being like, I don't love this situation, but I'm appreciative that you're here nonetheless.
My man.
Yeah. By the way, conspicuous by his absence in that entire rant was the great Pete Carroll.
Did you mention him?
No, I didn't mention him because I lumped him in with the Uncrowned. So, of course, and lest we forget, the whole Uncrowned, there's so many pillars here. The whole Uncrowned.com team, Shaheen Al-Shadi, Chuck Mendenhall, Ben Folks, Pete C. Carroll, Drake Riggs, Darshan Desai, Elliot Wursel. That whole team over there is phenomenal. And the newest member of the team, the great E. Casey Leiden. It really is a big team, by the way. How are we affording all of this? What's that?
Great lad. Alan Murphy, great lad.
Oh my God!
Say it again.
You know what? You gave him a whole freaking intro. It doesn't matter. He doesn't really listen.
So
to the show.
You don't say thank you today again?
No. You're right.
Eve,
He should have been at the top of the list. He should have been at the top.
Thank you,
of the
Alan.
list.
You're a great person.
You're a great guy, and we met you too. Gosh, we probably forgot one person, and now that person feels like shit, right? Tracy. How can we forget about Tracy when she fills in? How can we forget about Josh?
Big Josh.
Who else, guys?
We said
else?
Hefner, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
Jerry. How can we forget about Jerry?
Ah.
I mean, I think we've
What about Ariel? Ariel.
Oh, you know.
He's a good guy too.
He's a jolly good fella.
Without whom none of us would be here.
Guys, we have a great show. Dare I say, the perfect type of show to head into the holiday break. Perfect type of show. Why do I do that sometimes?
you gotta watch that.
Why do I do that?
Screenshots are going crazy.
your
right
heart
now.
Why do I do that? Why do I do that? Why do I have to keep it that perfect type of show? And we were commenting on this before the show. First time in a while, not first time ever, but definitely in a while that we have 4 first timers on the program. Been a while. At 2:00, a man that I have been watching on television or watching content that he produced on television for as long as I can remember, since the mid-90s, former head of creative for WWF, former head of creative for WCW, former head of creative for TNA Wrestling, now a part of JC Dub, aka Juggalo Championship Wrestling, going to make his debut for them tomorrow on their program entitled Lunacy on YouTube. Vinny Rube, the former WCW World Heavyweight Champion of the world, Vince Russo, one of the most controversial, polarizing, interesting, fascinating human beings that has ever taken part in the world of pro wrestling, was a fixture, was a big part of the Attitude Era, late 90s, head of creative, like I said, alongside Ed Ferreira. I mean, the guy has had an incredible life. I've met him once before, very briefly, almost 20 years ago in Orlando. We'll talk about that, but I'm really excited to talk to him. He does a bunch of media stuff as well, and just a great character, and you know I enjoy these chats, and I think a lot of you do as well, so sit back and relax. It's going to be a lot of fun. After that chat, we are going to be joined by... Who is it? Waldo Cortes Acosta, who of course has become a household name in the world of MMA. He has fought 5 times in the year 2025, 4-1, coming off that incredible win over Shamil Gaziev back in Qatar this weekend. Prior to that was just fighting Ante Delia just a couple of weeks ago, got poked in the eye, came back, knocked him out, and now he wants to fight one more time in December. The pride of the Dominican Republic, former member of the Cincinnati Reds organization, Waldo Cortes Acosta, the pirate himself, going to join us for the first time on the program. After that, we'll be joined by Alfie Davis, big Arsenal supporter. And in fact, I realized that Arsenal's playing Bayern Munich at the same time that he's going to be on, so he might be hating us, but NBD, I actually unearthed a DM that he sent me in 2017 to talk about him after a Bellator fight. He is fighting Usman Nurmagomedov for the PFL lightweight title on February 7th in Dubai. Great story, great guy. Never met him, but about to. Looking forward to it. Alfie Davis joining us at 3:30, and the inimitable Winged C, who is a bit of a cult-like favorite on the internet. Street Beefs lost APFC on Sunday, got kicked in the head, got choked out. It was a bit of a scene, but a guy that a lot of people are excited to hear from on the program. He's got a nice little amateur record. What is his amateur record here? I'm taking a look at it real quick. It is, I do believe, no, that's
6-1.
That's 6-1. That's not bad. Actually, 6-2 according to Tapology.
Most recent loss. Forgot about it.
Real name Malcolm Schuyler. An interesting character, prefers the Discord, but he's jumping on Zoom at 4:00. So a real interesting, eclectic kind of day. 4 first-timers on the program, all from different walks of life, and I am looking forward to it very much. I also, as always, look forward to a little on the nose, and so, time now for everyone's favorite. We get his time.
It's time for On the Nose.
Of course, arielhelwani.substack.com, the place to be for all the questions. It's been a great week. We've had a who's who. I mean, yesterday was an all-time day. Armin Sarukian and Carlos Praches and Devin Haney and Ben Whitaker and Shavkat Rachmanov and Ian Gary and Armin Sarukian on Monday as well. We got to say goodbye to him. It's been an unbelievable week here on the program. Also exciting that arielhelwani.com is back up and live right now, 20% off, working on some new designs as we speak. So please do support. The orders are coming in so fast and furious. My guy Brandon, another person who I should thank as part of the entire Uncrowned Empire. Thank you so much to Action Bronson for introducing me to him. He's unbelievable. He's such a smart, hardworking guy. He got it up and running, and we're working on some new stuff right now. ArielHelwani.com, place to be for all the stuff. All right, let us go to the questions, guys. Nimesh says, with me now being out of town for work, spending the week with you and your crew has been great. Thank you. Thank you, Nimesh. I always love when people say, like, oh, I spent the week with you, or you keep me company during the workday, or I go to bed to you. You know, the sound of your voice. It's like, is there a greater compliment? Is there a greater compliment, guys?
No.
Oh.
I like to spend the week better than the I go to bed to you, but
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm here for bedtime.
Triple
that'll
double.
be your slogan, Frey.
Triple double says, Ian continues to promise us spectacles and delivers another average performance. He's talking about Ian Machado Gary, of course. Sure, he won, but why promise the media that Bilal won't land a punch if he stands with him? I think that this is where the disdain comes from. It's so easy to dislike him after he tells us unequivocally he will knock him out and won't get touched, and then proceeds to do neither. Does he not see that? He will be plus 8 billion against Islam. Let's get real. Do you guys think he would be that big of an underdog against Islam?
No.
I don't think he's wrong necessarily about the criticism at the top. Like when you do say I'm going to knock you out, or you're not, and then you don't, you are opening yourself to criticism, and you are just putting sort of like, he didn't have to say that. He didn't have, like, a win over Bilal is impressive enough. You don't have to put that, but that's just all part of the sell, and you have to deal with the consequences. He would obviously be an underdog, but what do you think, PT? Like 3-1? Like, I don't think he'd be that big of an underdog. 4-1?
I think Islam be like a minus 400 or something.
Yeah.
Like that maybe, but you know. But it's just, and that's more speaks to Islam's dominance, right? Like he's the best pound for pound fighter in the world. I think Ian's an interesting fight for him. Like, and again, this is in a way the UFC has told us to incentivize spectacle, and I know that's always been the case, right? The guys who are knocking people out get the biggest rewards. But certainly since the pandemic, there's more emphasis put on it. We have Contender Series, which is like, if you're winning decisions, we don't care. This is a sport, and he's really good at the sport, and he has an incredible IQ. I think it's his best asset, actually, his fight IQ. And that's why I think it's a really interesting fight. And in a way, you know, it's kind of become his thing, like winding people up about how he's going to do things. Like, I see people losing their minds about it, but to his point, people are tuning in, whether it's to give him shit or to celebrate him. Like, he is a guy who is garnering a lot of views.
Right? You're not indifferent towards him.
It's very simple. There's pros and cons analysis for all of this. If he promises a knockout and doesn't deliver, you hate him more and you're going to tune in to see him lose. If he promises a knockout and gets it, he's Mystic Mac Part 2. So there's only pros on that side of the ledger. If he doesn't promise anything and he goes out and wins, it doesn't help him in any regard. So there's no downside to him continuing to say this. I jokingly kind of dropped into the group chat that he's joining the territory of the Sean Strickland and Colby Covington. We're going to the death. I'm going to murder everybody. Knockouts, and then, you know, grinding out decisions. But it works for him because he's quite frankly a heel. He is not the babyface character. Regardless, like,
I think he's okay with that now.
Yeah.
I think he's okay with that. I also do think that the heat, whatever it may be, wherever it may be coming from, isn't because of this. Isn't because, like, he makes predictions and he doesn't necessarily.
But even if it was, it's only upside.
But
What's
I'm just
the
saying,
downside?
like, I think this guy is right that he does kind of like get under people's skin and they want to see him.
Yes.
But I think it has nothing to do with this. I think it has to do with the stuff that PT has talked about, Ireland, Brazil, obviously the stuff with his wife, the way he like talks, the McGregor stuff. Like, I think all that is so much more of a factor than whatever this guy is talking about.
I think this is just a part of it. 'Cause
Yeah.
it does get to a point where, like, he is talking about he's going to knock Bilal's block off and he's going to knock him out in the first round and he's going to stamp and everything. And then going into the fight, I was sitting with someone who was like, I think I'm going to take Ian by KO. Did you hear how he was talking? And I was like, I bet he wins by decision. And sure enough, he hasn't knocked anyone out in 2.5 years.
Ariel was saying it to him during the interview. Like, he was saying, like, I'm going to do this, Bilal. And Ariel's going, like, Bilal's a tough guy. And he was going, like, come on, mate. Come on. So it's like, I think he's leaning into it.
He is leaning into it, and he should. As I said, what is the downside of this? The only thing it will do is make people more angry. It's perfect.
Right, because as long as he wins, it doesn't matter.
If he nails it and wins and gets the prediction right, everybody's gonna go, Ian, he called it. If he gets it wrong, more people are gonna go, Ian, you mother effer, you keep saying you're gonna knock him out and you never knock anybody out. Yes, great, perfect. It's all. Ian has played this all perfectly. He always does. He always continues to play it perfectly. He's playing the guy who doesn't know he's the heel when he's the heel. He thinks he's the babyface who's playing the heel. It's perfect.
It's kind of like Kurt Angle circa 1999.
I don't know if he doesn't know, and that's the beauty.
No, I think he does think he's the babyface.
Yeah, I do.
You think he thinks he's the babyface?
I think he's kind of like, how do you guys not love me? I am clap. Like I think he's genuinely.
But either way, it still works.
He definitely thinks he's beloved for sure.
If I was in charge of Ian Gary's career right now, and I think we've talked about this before, I would get like when he did that seminar at SBG, I would have filmed that. I would film him walking around Dublin. I would try to set up interviews with local papers. I would try to set up interviews with the local radio stations. And he needs, because if he had 50% of the backing of the Irish people, I think he would be getting the title shot. Because the Irish fans are so passionate, and they remember there was a guy named, not Andy Lee. It was something. There was
Irish boxer?
John Duddy, but there was another one, sort of like the Callum Walsh thing, but there was mother effer. Not Andy Lee, obviously not Andy Lee. There was another guy who was Irish, who they would bring to New York to fight in like the early 2000s.
You sure it wasn't John Duddy? John Duddy always fought the guy.
Maybe it was John Duddy. And he wasn't that good.
Patrick Stay, yeah.
My point,
he lives in New York.
So my point is, it's like, if you have that built-in connection, play it up. And for whatever reason, he hasn't wanted to play it up, only in certain moments. And I know he doesn't live there and everything like that. But if he had the Irish people backing him, I think he would be fighting for the belt. He would be next in line because they would be wanting. And I'm not even talking about the Islam thing, the Dagestan thing. I just think that it is infectious, right? It is infectious the way in which that they. They support, and everyone. It's sort of like Ricky Henn and the English people and people from Manchester. Like, you want to create that, and if you have that built in, you should lean into it. And so that's what I would do if I were them. And I think that
there's just a lot of buyer's remorse in Ireland from the McGregor days, you know.
Yeah,
like there really is, and the fact that Ian constantly talks about McGregor, I think that kind of, I think people want to, like we saw with Paul Hughes, right? Like the biggest reaction to Paul Hughes over here was because of his interaction with McGregor, and because people started backing him because McGregor was like, Derry's not Ireland, and that kind of brought in this tribalism with the Irish people. I think it's since day one in the UFC, Ian's kind of aligned himself with McGregor, and obviously McGregor's a hugely polarizing dude here. To put it mildly, he's a hugely polarizing dude here, and I think that's gone against him to a large extent.
Okay, here's a message from Baklava. Ian is exactly what Eddie said about Devin. Sure, meaning Eddie Hearn and Devin Haney. Sure, he's a good fighter, but it ain't fun to watch. Ian could literally just stop talking about the outcomes before they happen, and he would do himself a lot of favors. Is he trying to be unlikable? Maybe he doesn't care, but it comes off fake and disingenuous. Does anyone on the team agree, or are you all D1 Glazers?
Couldn't disagree more.
Yeah.
What advantage does Ian Machado Gary have for being silent? That's not how this game works. If he goes out there and just has the performances, it's going to be 10 times worse because everybody's going to only be saying, man, you fight to a lot of decisions. He's going to end up being Bilal. The fact that he goes out there and uses the mic time appropriately, whether his predictions come true or not, is how you advance in this game. It's how he keeps himself relevant in the conversations. When he goes out there after beating Bilal Muhammad and promising a KO and fighting to another decision like we all knew he was going to, and goes, it was a masterclass. It was the best that anybody's ever done. Look at what I did to him. And you can see the wrestling of Jack Della Maddalena, and I'm going to do better against Islam. That's the best use of your mic time. Because if you say nothing, you don't get fed. The closed mouth doesn't get fed. You continue to just make the noise. Everybody pays attention, whether they like it, don't like it. These people, like these two people who wrote in, are clearly paying attention. If he said nothing, they wouldn't be saying anything. And so he's doing this perfectly. Ian is playing this perfectly. Now, whether he knows he's the babyface or the heel, that I think is probably the debate part of it. But I don't think you can handle it better than Ian has handled it so far.
Okay, let's continue. GC's LBS. What does that mean, LBS? Oh, IBS.
Why'd you make that face?
Because I mean, at first I thought he was talking about like your weight, and then I was like, it's a capital I. UFC needs to start making some of those electric matchups that we were used to. I'm with Ariel. The fight is Armin versus Ilya. I get the hype for Ilya versus Paddy, but Paddy stands no chance. The line will be a heavy Armin favorite. We need Armin versus Ilya, where we don't know what is going to happen. I hear you, my guy. Lotion in the basket. Have you happened to see the Josh Allen versus Phil Mickelson golf match on YouTube? Your boy Josh is a cheater, integrity in question, little weasel. I have no idea what you're talking about. Does anyone know what this is about?
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. Never heard of it.
Don't know.
Mitch from Perth. Frank, your comedic timing on the drops is unreal at times. I need to know when you're hitting the perfect drop at the perfect time and you know it's fucking hilarious. Are you sitting there smiling just proud of your work, or do you just sit there deadpanning it like it's just another day in the office? And Ariel, yes, go ahead.
All right.
No, go ahead.
I crack myself up. Like I push the button for my sake, and then if you guys laugh along, great. If it didn't work, oh well, I'm still having a good time.
Ariel, not sure if you've touched on this, but in December last year, Dana teased a fight that we'd, quote, never see coming. Do you have any idea what he may have been cooking up there? No, I don't. I mean, my hypothesis at the time was you remember shortly thereafter, the Conor Logan Paul stuff came about. And then there was another one that I was like, oh, the White House. The White House was my hypothesis. That he was kind of like lumping it in as a fight, but like that no one would see it coming. I feel like that was it. What do you guys think? No? All right.
No idea.
Henry, hey H, when do you think the UFC will start announcing 2026 fights? First PLE is less than 2 months away. Maybe, wow, something just occurred to me, Rick. It just occurred to me right here and now, speaking of all this, that I had a dream that I was talking to our old boss from ESPN last night.
Okay.
Well, just because it was reported that Glenn Jacobs, that he left to go to Paramount, and this just occurred, like it just hit me like a lightning bolt. Like, wow.
You want to go into the dream? Do we want to?
No, just we were talking about life. I hadn't talked to him since we left.
You're just sitting in a chair talking life with Glenn?
Yeah, that was it.
Wow. What a dream.
It just occurred to me right now. Why was I dreaming about him? I'm not sure, but
did you wake up happier,
I do hope he's
sadder?
I was happy. I'm someone who doesn't like to, I like to keep in touch. I was happy. There was nothing more to it. It just occurred to me when I was thinking of Paramount Plus, PLE.
Maybe a little text message. See what's up.
Yeah.
What a dream.
Hopefully in December we'll find out. We're starting to see like some fights get announced, but yeah, there's a lot of mystery. GC, please blind rank these 5 desserts in honor of Thanksgiving.
Oh, let's go.
This is from What Have You Done? I'm surprised 22 minutes in, first blind rank.
Yeah.
Berry cobbler.
4.
Baklava. Baklava, not really a Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I love it.
I feel like we should have done Thanksgiving dishes. 5.
Churros with Nutella dip.
Okay. 3.
OG chocolate chip cookie.
2.
Pumpkin pie.
Yeah, 1. That's the only Thanksgiving dessert here, though.
Berry cobbler?
You show up at my house with a berry cobbler on Thanksgiving, I'm asking some questions.
Salsa boy. Armin. Wet blanket performance equals entertaining. Islam. Wet blanket performance equals boring. Hamza. Wet blanket performance equals horrific. I'm not really sure what you're trying to say, other than maybe to suggest that Armin went for the finish.
I think he's trying to imply like Armin gets credit for something that the other
for
two...
beating him up and
Yeah, but he
finishing
actually
it in a
subbed
round
him.
and a half.
Yeah, like he actually subbed him. Like
He was also not just laying on him for the time that he didn't get the submission.
also his sub escapes were like the most entertaining things I've ever seen in my life.
All-time
This is
bad
like,
take.
you know,
Yeah.
It's like, what
casual.
the fuck you
This is
talking
casual shit. Like you don't think there's a difference between people when they're on the ground. Like once they're on the ground, that's the end of it. Like it's not. Like,
I'm
there's
just
very
hap-
differing styles on the ground.
I'm just happy we're back to hating wrestling as MMA fans.
Oh, yeah.
Like it went away
Yeah,
for a bit.
yeah.
Now we're back to it. Like it's nice that
That's a great
it feels
point.
retro. It feels nice that everybody hates wrestling again.
Also, I feel like of the 4 of us, none of us had like a major issue with Islam and Hamzat's performance.
No, actually, I think that we were like on the complete opposite
Yeah.
of the spectrum, saying, "Yeah, chill out."
The dominant.
Yeah.
I liked Armin's performance too. I liked them all.
Body language expert says,
Oh.
"Did you notice in the Ilya impersonation video that Ilya took an immediate step back when the guy switched his voice to Islam? Ilya was ready to strike him."
This is coming from a body language expert too.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and check it
The
out.
takes are wild here.
Mimic Bro about to get slapped by Ilya Taforia.
Lex says, "Hi Ariel, why do you think Ilya has been a little inactive since winning the belts, or the belt? Not too inactive, to be fair. I think all of us would love to see him more. Do you think it's down to him wanting time, or the UFC saving him for big cards? I think we all expected him on the January date. Yeah, I don't know. I thought he would be a layup on that January show, an absolute layup. Not sure what's going on, and I would love to see him fight, 2 minimum times a year. This past year, 2025 will be once, right? And October of 24, he beat Max Holloway. How many times did he fight in 24? Twice in 24, I believe.
Yeah, Volkan Holloway.
Volkan Holloway. That was a great year. Yeah, once this year is a little disappointing. Was hoping that he'd start the year off, and that would mean, if you're fighting in January, you're fighting at least twice a year, most likely. So yeah, not really sure what's going on, but hopefully we get answers very soon.
We need 2 from him next year.
At the minimum. Bob Sacamano. Great reference. Anyone know the reference?
No.
The name sounds familiar, but it's not coming to mind. What is that?
It's a name. It's the name of a friend Cosmo Kramer mentions all the time on Seinfeld. My good friend Bob Sacamano.
Yeah.
But we never saw him. They never. You remember this, GC?
Yes.
His good friend Bob Sacamano. Hey Ariel, with your recent Sidney Crosby interview, I'm curious, how do you approach interviewing athletes who are extremely media trained and tend to give tighter, more canned answers compared to fighters/people in the fight business who are more open and candid? Did the Crosby interview require a different strategy, and did you find it more challenging than your typical combat sports interviews? I do want to let you know that there's a new function on YouTube now where you can collaborate with people, and if you go to the bottom of our channel, we're starting to populate a couple of those. The Crosby interviews there, it says collaborations, and then my appearance on the DJ pod, the Mighty Cast, is on there as well. So it's a fun little thing. You can do it, click a button, and now your other appearances are there. So go check that out if you haven't. Crosby interview was a lot of fun. I didn't overthink it, but I did think that if I came with like a different type of energy that he is used to when dealing with the usual NHL beat writers and media guys that he's used to, that he could open up. You hit him with a couple of compliments, you tell him it's a huge honor. He views you a little bit differently. We're Canadian, we're talking about the Olympics. I'm asking him some like big picture questions. And people told me that he enjoyed it and that he, was having a good time, that he was smiling and all this stuff. So actually in the moment I couldn't really see him, but at times I could hear his smile, which was fun. And if you don't know, Sidney Crosby is, you can make a case like it would be akin to interviewing LeBron James as a Canadian, as a hockey fan. Like he's that big, he's that important. So yeah, honestly, I would never call myself a hockey connoisseur. I listened to a bunch of interviews that he had done. He doesn't do a lot. Listened to some scrums, tried to find some things that maybe like he dropped, some nuggets. By the way, no social media presence whatsoever. No Twitter, no Instagram, no nothing. So you couldn't find clues there. Pretty private guy. Keeps his personal life very private, all that. But he seemed to be in a good mood. He was talking about the Olympics, something that he's very passionate about, and yeah, it was great. And so with those, I try to bring a different type of energy that they're used to. I'm not digging too much for news. I'm not trying to get them in gotcha moments, but I'm trying to unearth perhaps things that they don't get to talk about or don't have an opportunity to talk about in a comfortable and sort of, sort of disarming way. That's my approach. Here's Mikey Z. Call me a D1 hater, but I don't see the star power in Ian Gary. He's obviously a good fighter, but there's nothing about his performance that really stands out. 8 of his last 10 are decisions, and I understand he's just being an inflated version of himself, but it comes off like he's trying too hard, and people can tell. Leon put it best. His biggest accomplishment until Bilal was losing to Shavkat. Well, all right, now he's got another one. It feels like he's got shoved down our throats, but unfortunately, the guy's just the epitome of cringe. I don't believe he's been shoved down your throats. Like, you got to give the guy credit. He took a fight against Shavkat on short notice and went the distance. He took a fight against Carlos Praches and beat him on short notice. Beat Bilal. You can't say what you will about him, and I'm sure you guys will agree. The guy walks the walk and talks the talk. He does not pick and choose. He does not nitpick. He does not like sit on his ranking, squat on his spot. You have to give him that credit. Like, he is a fighting fighter, in my opinion. And I understand he's not everyone's cup of tea. I understand the person. I get all of that stuff. But in a sport where sometimes you feel like there are certain people like, okay, you talk about a guy that, and I don't believe he's been pushed down our throats, and I don't believe Paddy's been pushed down our throats. But you talk about a guy who's gotten a push, and I think Paddy's push has been greater. Look at the matchmaking for Paddy. Look at the matchmaking for Ian. Right? Like, shall we go tit for tat with those? Look at the quality of opponents for Paddy and the quality of opponents for Ian, especially as of late, like the last 4. Right? Is anyone there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, no one's giving me anything. I keep saying, like, I'm trying to, you know what I mean? Like, does anyone disagree?
No, Ian takes the tougher fights. There's no doubt. Like, Ian, as you said, he walks it. Like, these are the top guys. He's begging for the hardest fights. He wants to fight Islam Makhachev, who is the best fighter in the world right now.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that needs to be said.
This shove down your throat thing, I think, is just a confusion on the fact that he is doing the right things of grabbing the microphone when the fight is done and screaming into it. He's posting all these social videos. He's being active during fight week on media day, making headlines for himself, getting himself out in front of the public. Whether you like it or not is sort of like what we were talking about. It's indifferent to him, whether you love him or hate him. But I don't think he's being shoved down your throat. He fights, he's active, and he does the right things in front of the microphone.
He is being shoved down your throat.
So often. He's because of his strength of schedule. Like, that's what it is. That's why you think he's being shoved down your throat, but he's just really that active. And to the Shavkat point, like, about what Leon said, again, he's controlled the narrative there very well. You know, like, about the knee injury, all this stuff, whether you believe it or not, he has had his 2 cents. He has left his imprint on that fight to the point when you think about Shavkat, you think about Ian, and you're like, that was an incredibly close fight. Whether you like him or not, that was an incredibly close fight against a guy who was bursting people. Like, that is a fact. So,
First one to take him to a decision.
Yeah.
Also, we talk about the activity, the praise. Him and Poatan, Alex Pereira, debuted on the same card, UFC 268, in November of 2021. We heap praise onto Alex Pereira for his activity. This guy is so active. He fights all the time. It's amazing what he does. Since that debut, 12 fights. Ian Gary, since that debut, 11 fights. He's almost the same amount of activity as Alex Pereira.
Yeah, Pizzi and Connor just nailed the point. He is shoved down our throats. He is the one doing it.
Yeah.
He is forcing you.
I don't think the UFC is like overly pushing him.
He's forcing you to pay attention. He's taking the tough fights. And he's making you pay attention.
And I don't think that they're giving him favorable matchups. I don't think that they're trying to put him in spots to win.
Why do we care so much about that? Why do fans give us so much of a shit about, like, the Dana White privilege or whatever it is? Who cares? Why is that so significant and so important? Are we under the illusion that this meritocracy exists anymore? Do we is anybody stupid enough to believe that this is how this works?
It's selective. If it's one of their guys, if it's someone they like, they're all for it. If it's someone that they feel is getting this opportunity because they're getting Dana White privilege, then they're annoyed by it. It's
a lack of critical thinking.
Well, it's also just based on who they like.
Ian Gary has also just had such a steady rise.
Yeah. Guys, all this Ian Gary talk has reminded me.
No, he should be quiet, though. All this Ian Gary talk, this guy should never speak into a microphone
Stop
again.
speaking.
It'd be
Ian?
so smart if he just never talked again.
Also, by the
It'd
way,
be perfect.
I know he's not ever, like, I really enjoy talking to him on the show, having him on, because he just brings an energy. Like, he brings it. And he makes the job very easy when he brings it like that. So the Ian Gary appearances, at least if I have a say, will not be stopping anytime soon. All this Ian Gary talk has reminded me of a bit of a back and forth this morning, guys, between Conor McGregor and Khabib Nurmagomedov. Shall we look into this? Because it does appear as though the rivalry is igniting, perhaps in anticipation of the big Ireland versus Dagestan rematch. Or is it Dagestan versus Ireland? Who knows? But it is part 2. Okay, so where does it start, guys? It starts...
It's not part 2, but go ahead.
It's part 5, part 4. It starts... Well,
26.
you know, it actually does start... it starts with Khabib... 1 second. It starts with Khabib doing a promotional thing on his Twitter that we talked about a couple of days ago where, what is it? An emoji,
an
NFT on Telegram.
Yeah.
That is the Khabib's Papka. Here it is. And so you buy it, and now you can use it in your messaging, right?
I'm not sure if you can use it in your messaging or not. It's just a digital collectible, and there was only a certain amount that were for sale, and they sold out very quickly.
And do you know how much they were?
I don't know, but I've seen the USD equivalent of all of them sold together was 4.3 million.
And sold out?
It says
Sold
here
out.
that it was 29,000.
Okay, so according to Sportskeeda MMA, Khabib and Pavel Durov launched 29,000 digital Popkas on Telegram, and they were sold instantly. So it was just 29,000?
Yeah.
That's it? Wow. And the auction brought in over 347 million rubles, $4.3 million from a virtual version of the iconic UFC hat. I don't know if I would call it that, cultural hat that is synonymous with Khabib. And the promotion for it was, let me get this right. See, now I can read the tweets, even though it says block. I can read. My man! Yeah. So first on November 20th, he tweeted, Brother Durov, I see you always in the gym. I think it's time you come and train with the Brotherhood. The next tweet was, in sport and in life, strength comes from constant preparation and hard work that no one sees. Oh no, that's the G42A one. That was another thing. What is that one? G42A AI?
Yeah, I think it's an AI service. He's deleted the
Deleted
the OG tweet about the Telegram one. I think the way they're framing it is because the auction has ended.
Yes, because there was like a promotional thing about like the next generation or something like that, or I'll pass this on.
Correct. Yeah.
Like a teaser.
Yeah.
You believe that? You believe that?
Go buy the NFT.
Yeah.
Well, then he made a new post that the auction has.
The auction has ended and all the Popkas have been sold. Appreciate everyone who participated in it and becoming a holder of this great and exclusive digital gift with value that you can share with your friends and loved ones. Thank you for trust. Only on Telegram. Again, it's like I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert on what the hat represents, but like a gift with value that you could share with your friends. It's an NFT. It's a thing. It's not like someone is gifting this to you. But all right, fine. And okay, now it pops off. Someone writes to Conor McGregor about this. Bro is legit a full-time scam artist.
By the way, I don't think he wrote to Conor. Conor's just responding to this.
Okay. Conor McGregor writes, what a shame and a stain on his father's name. Just wow. To scam fans using his father and his country's culture is just so low. Father's plan has now become father's scam. Very sad. On the opposite side of this, it was great to see Islam Mack honor his own father by putting the double world titles on his shoulders and saying there's not many fathers of double world champions. Truth. I believe there's a response. He continues, there's just no way good guy Khabib used his late father's name as well as Dagestan's culture to scam his fans and fire sell a bunch of digital NFTs online and then delete all the content after they were sold, leaving his fans robbed of their money. There's just no way good guy do this. Now, why would it be viewed as a scam? I don't know if it's necessarily a scam. I think the criticism may be like, oh, you're sort of monetizing this cultural symbolism, but I don't know if anyone thinks it's a scam per se. The deleting of the previous tweets is interesting, but I guess they'll frame it as like, okay, there's no need to keep it up there, but do we really think that that's the reason why they deleted it?
Yeah, I don't know if scam is the appropriate term to capture this.
Maybe what I think he's trying to say is like it's in poor taste, according to him. That's what I think he's trying to say. Okay, it continues. Khabib Nurmagomedov responds to him, you absolute liar. You will always try to darken my name after you got destroyed that night, but you will never achieve that. Yes, good guys don't do that. They don't create exclusive digital gifts with real-time value that you can share with your friends and family. Gifts in the shape of Popka, hat that symbolizes tradition and culture of Dagestan people, traditions and culture that's slowly walking over this world, whether you like it or not, gifts that you can find exclusively on Telegram, greatest messaging platform on the world. The beginning sounded like he wrote it, the bottom half sounded like he didn't write it, like it became a commercial. And then I do believe it continued My count is 56 former drug addicts at my rehabilitation centers in Dagestan that I treated. Come to Dagestan, Conor McGregor, they'll take care of you here. Mexico didn't help you as far as I can see. And then here's Conor McGregor saying, and who will I be meeting there? Because it won't be you, LOL. You can't scam me with your lies. You tax-dodging scammer on the run. Your poor family, I pray. I pray for your constant lies. I pray while you lie. You should just be honest because Allah knows all. Oh dear. Then a bunch of hashtags. And then he posted this has become a new thing on Twitter right now where people are posting like where.
Yes. You can see where accounts
Are based.
But what does that mean, based? Like if someone's traveling, how do you know where it's based?
It'll come up with an exclamation point if it's
And so,
if it's not.
and so
where it
he's
is.
implying there that he lives in the UAE.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
I mean, I think he spends a lot of time there. I think that was it, right? All this leads perfectly into the rematch, PT.
Yeah, huge. We're all buzzing over here.
That's what I thought.
We're gonna get this one back.
I don't know, guys. I don't know what to make of it all. Everyone buzzing over this, but it is. I mean, listen, when you're in that business of selling these types of things, as we talked about, there's a lot of it on the feed. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm looking here, October 24th, multibank_IO. There's another one here for Arena 2X, whatever that is. There's another one here about like. What is this? We're launching Wash Private Real Estate. I mean, it's every single tweet. Keeping your money halal. Another one here. The arena is different with Mifta. Like every single tweet. Go mining booth, Bitcoin. When you're
Get that
waging.
paper, boo boo.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of all of this.
There's a reality that Conor McGregor is raising attention to that, like, maybe this is being mishandled, right? The brand of Khabib is being mishandled. But he's calling it a scam when in reality, Khabib is introducing products to the marketplace and they can either be purchased or not purchased, right? Like these tokens, these NFTs sold at auction price and were worth whatever value they ended up being, and fans of Khabib presumably bought them. So it's hard to navigate this. Like they may both be right? Khabib may be right to be able to lend his name to endorse this thing and do it. And Conor McGregor may be right to be like, hey, you're mishandling your brand a little bit. Now, you have to obviously consider the messenger when it comes to that. But it's a dicey thing, and it just speaks more to like their personal issues and rivalry. But I do think there are a lot of MMA fans who are looking at this and going like, man, what is Khabib doing?
Here's ultimately what I'd love to know. If I'm a diehard Khabib fan, how do I feel about this? How do I feel about this? How do I feel about the fact that, and I don't know, maybe you love it. Maybe you eat it up. Maybe it's big in that corner of the world. But how do you feel about the guy who comes across as being honorable and above all this stuff and not about the money and about the respect and the history and the lineage and the culture? And it seems like there's a lot of things that he is trying to sell to you. Things that come from a world that at times can be viewed as a scam, right? It's not like, hey, check out my new shoes. We know what shoes are. Hey, check out my new Nikes. We know what that is. Everyone does that. LeBron does that. Michael Jordan does that. But these types of things sometimes get into like a bit of murkiness. And I will just say, it doesn't feel on brand with who Khabib comes across as, right?
I don't even know if it's the products themselves, right? Like the NFTs themselves, as much as the packaging around it, right? When you're referencing Father's plan in an attempt to sell these,
I would not.
That to me feels like almost too personal a line to cross. Now, again, this is Khabib's brand to manage. If he's been consulted and says, I sign off on this, let's do this, that's, ultimately the buck stops with him and that's his decision to make. And again, I find it, difficult to unpack because, as you said, you want to know how his fans feel about it. I assume that there are the 29,000 people, presumably, who bought this thing and are happy to be fans of his and happy to have it. So
why would you be happy to have this?
I don't know. I can't speak for that. I would not buy it, but I don't like there are clearly people who did. And so to the tune of $4.3 million. So it's hard to unpack, but I also understand from the outside how many people will be going like, this does not jive with the image of Khabib that we had. The reality is sometimes we just have to get over this idea that we like whatever attributes and things we've assigned to these people, athletes in particular, are not always the reality of the situation. Sometimes it's not
My
that.
take is Khabib in particular gets put on a pedestal that people
for sure.
idolize him.
Yep.
And athletes are idolized a lot, but he does get put on a pedestal, especially since I think he left. He left early. He left us wanting more. He was perfect. He was undefeated. He was a champion. His reasons for leaving, as I talked about, felt very honest and sincere, very honorable as well. To want to honor your mother's wishes. Your father passes away tragically. Like everything about that felt very pure. And now these things don't feel pure. And when you, as you said, Rick, when you are teasing announcements that have nothing to do with it. I saw the tease. It had nothing to do with what he was ultimately selling, and you are referencing this symbol, this headdress, your father, the history, the lineage, and then it just ends up being this. Yeah, it does feel a little bit funny, as we kind of joked about a couple of days ago. It feels a little bit funny. Now, obviously, Conor's calling it scam, and there's a very personal rivalry there, and I'm not going to go that far, but it does not jive with the persona that that we have come to sort of link Khabib to, which is honorable, pure, this, that, and the other. It doesn't jive with it. And then when you actually take a look at the social media feed, it's just a lot of it. It's a lot. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Now, of course, being controversial isn't better, but I'm just saying, for this guy, I never thought that you would look at his feed and it would just be like real estate, AI, NFTs, all these things that are, Bitcoin, all these things that are like a little bit polarizing right now or controversial, whatever you want to say. It feels very transactional. It feels like the connection is very transactional, and it doesn't feel like it's as pure as, we were led to believe.
The only thing, I totally agree with you, and I think that that's the prevalent sentiment. I think a lot of people feel that way. Conor McGregor being the most vocal one to do it and the most notable one to do it. The only thing I will say to that is we have assigned that value, right? We collectively have said Khabib is pure. Khabib is about this. He's ethical. He believes in this, yada, yada, yada. Ultimately, it's for him to then either live up to that, not live up to that, do whatever he wants. He has not come out and said, I am this. And so if he falls short of that, it's for him to reckon with, but it's also our designation for him, right? It's collectively, we've kind of put him in that category, and evidence might suggest that maybe it's not that, right? Like maybe he is more willing to change how he is represented in that regard. But it's a difficult thing because there are 29,000 people who supposedly signed up.
Yeah.
This also isn't his first foray into NFTs. He's done several of these before.
Yes, but do you think that this one is drawing more criticism because of the way it was presented?
Yeah,
the hat, the father, you know what I mean?
Everything like that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I thought the NFT bubble had burst.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I honestly, I thought it burst after, Till sort of.
You love the
What was he
Till
selling again, Ariel?
gorilla.
What was he selling?
I think it was a gorilla eating a pizza or something. No, gorilla eating a banana.
fucking name out your
No, I'm
mouth.
sorry, Darren, but the blochasse, just like it didn't. The camel at a birthday party just wasn't what you thought it was going to be. I'm sorry,
Hey,
Darren.
they're sponsoring the UFC now, Ariel, all right?
Yeah,
Never forget our boy TST.
TST was all about
He
it.
had a framed NFT in his house.
He had what
Wait,
was it?
framed?
Like
You can't do that.
Yeah, he
was
printed it out. Yeah, Gary V.
Yeah.
Every case of book of his book that you bought, you got a free NFT with it.
I think it was
think
like
about
he had a
it well.
parrot eating a strawberry or something.
It was something like that.
Something like that.
Why is it always
Do
an
you remember-
animal
do you remember
eating something?
He's
NBA
not
Top
wrong,
Shot?
though.
Oh yeah, that was big. Listen, everyone was very bored. Not I. I never.
They were bored apes.
Listen, when we
They're
all
bored
live
apes.
online, when we live digitally, and you guys come to my digital mansion, and I've got all the stuff up in my digital mansion, you guys are going to be the jealous ones. You're not ready for this. You're not prepared for the future.
Was that it on the Khabib stuff? I think we kind of covered it all. Let's
Yeah.
see how it pans out. I think it's getting now lumped in with the Conor rivalry, but I do feel like the dissection of it and the criticism is fair. I didn't know that he deleted the previous tweet, and I'm not buying that they deleted it because they sold out. No way. I am not buying that. I think they came to their senses and said, yeah, maybe this wasn't in the best of tastes. Mr. Slow J, hey Ariel, no more Jorge interviews if he's rocking with Ali. That would be disappointing. No. Jorge and I still talk, all good, and he's definitely been on since. Nothing huge to talk to him about right now, but no problems. Would love more Askren segments similar to As Frequent as Chael. Side note, love the Big John interview, fantastic. Appreciate it. Don't want to bother Askren too much right now, but always love talking to him. And in fact, the OG's IYK would know that when DC was preparing for the Stipe fight, the retirement fight, Ben actually filled in a couple of times in the build-up. Yes?
It just reminded me because I saw a comment last night.
Yep. I saw that one too.
Okay.
I did
so
that.
we're just leaning into this?
Go ahead.
No, if you already know.
Go ahead, Frankie. Go ahead.
It's IYK. Love the pinky.
That's not what he's trying to say.
IYK. If you know.
That's
how it
phrase.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's the original.
Continue
If you
on.
know, if you know.
Yeah.
Nailed.
That's it. Them's the breaks. I say that a lot. Hey, Ariel, how is it that Ali could orchestrate an Usman title shot? What leverage does he have over the new UFC to negotiate these matchups that clearly defy common sense? I mean, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. You need me to do something, I'm buddies with you, we go out. He's one of the lads. That's all. Certain managers are in better standing, and as a result, get some perks. Look, you probably want your representation to not be at odds with the UFC constantly, but you want to feel like ultimately they will choose you over them. That your relationship, your business relationship means more than their business relationship with the UFC. And my feeling is that his standing with the UFC means more than his fighter standing with the UFC, if you get what I'm saying. And that's a conscious decision. That's a conscious choice. Again, no manager has ever been told to not have their guests on my show. No fighter has ever been told to not come on the show. One manager volunteered it in order to get in better standing. And that's not the only thing that has been volunteered. And that just kind of gives you a little bit of a taste as to the way he maneuvers, the way he conducts himself. We had a very good relationship. He would call me incessantly. He would ask my opinion on things. The World Series of Fighting, all this stuff, and then shit hits the fan, or it's getting worse and worse. Hey, boss, let me do this one for you. No one's allowed. Ultimately, we live, we survive, we thrive, we're fine. And that was never asked, but that's just what it means to be kind of a house manager, as it has been discussed. And other times they have sent him to go fix issues with other fighters who aren't clients of his because they know it's going to be favorable. So that's why. Matt Moe, sup Ariel, in your conversation with Lou DiBella, he was very vocal in his stance against women having 3-minute rounds in boxing due to the potential for increased concussion rates. Lou was absolutely right in his position on this. Women are much more susceptible than men for brain injury and concussions due to anatomical differences between the two sexes. Women naturally have smaller and weaker necks than men. There are also other biomechanical and hormonal differences that make them more vulnerable. My question is, who was that? Was that Andy? Okay, Andy, please.
Oh, no, I just think continue.
Okay. And for the record, I don't think Matt is a female. My question is, after your talk with Lou and these concerns coming to light, have you changed your stance on 3-minute rounds for women? I'm going to weigh in, but Andy, do you want to weigh in?
Let's hear what you have to say first. It's for you, the question, no?
So, it's for everyone, but my general take is that I was not advocating for 3-minute rounds. I just wanted to know why he was so passionately against it. I find the 2-minute rounds, anatomy, biomechanics, I find the fights very fun. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of women's boxing, and more often than not, women's boxing is competed under a 2-minute round rule set. I find it very fun. I find the fights very entertaining. Some of the best fights that I've seen as of late. I mean, Taylor Serrano, it was an incredible fight. Serrano Cruz, incredible fight. Taylor Cameron was an incredible fight. We talk about Tam Tebow and all these people. Like I genuinely enjoy women's boxing because I find it fast paced. It comes and goes. Non-title fights are even quicker. Blah blah blah. I just wanted to know why he cared so much, A, and B, if you're asking me if I have a strong stance, no. Like if they change it to 3-minute rounds, I would say great. Let everyone compete under the same rule set. And of course, we cover MMA in which it's 5 5-minute rounds in a women's title fight, or 3 5-minute rounds for a non-title fight. It used to be 3 3s, 5 3s, Strikeforce days, and then earlier. And then once the UFC came on board, they changed all of that and made it even. And I'm totally fine with that. And I don't see any women complaining about that. Of course, I know boxing is a little bit different, the repeated blows to the head. But still, I mean, we're talking about 5 minutes as opposed to 2 or 3. So I feel like it kind of equals out. So if you're asking for my vote, I'm indifferent. If you're asking if I like 2 minutes, yeah, I think it's fun. If you're asking if I'd be upset if they moved to 3, no, I would not be upset. That's my general stance. Andy?
Yeah, I think it should be up to them. If they feel comfortable with it and they think that they'll be okay, then take the risk, right? Like, I think it's about feeling like you can do the same as the guys and treat it the same as the guys. That's the way that I see it. I'm not the one getting punched in the face, right? But I think why not leave it up to them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it gets a little bit tricky. I understand what you're saying. If everyone gets to choose before the fight, I think there should be some uniformity. It is a little bit funky, in my opinion, that MMA has gone 5 5s, 3 5s, and boxing is still doing 2 minutes, and it's controversial to say 3. He's very passionate about it, and he has his reasons. And even after the Nakisa interview on Monday, he wrote to me, he's like, look, I'm no podcaster, I'm no media guy. I'm just weighing in as someone who's in the business. Now, I said, yeah, of course you're not. And I value your opinion, but also, let's be honest. I mean, Lou has a history here with MVP and Nakisa. They took Amanda Serrano from him and made her into a much bigger star. They're in business together with Sugar Neeks. They're rival promoters, if you want to call them that. So like, he's not coming from a complete unbiased position, but I take that into account, and I take his opinion into account. And I think his concerns are fair. And I just wanted to know why he was so passionate about this. Like, he's yelling at me. And I do disagree. I will say, I do disagree when he refers to it as a civil rights movement. I think that's crazy. And I think if they are trying to maybe virtue signal, as he puts it, to try to get people on board, like, I think that there's a lot of other things that you can do than say, like, oh, let's fight for 1 more minute per round. Like, that's not the cause to die on. And they seem to be very passionate about it. And quite frankly, I think they're passionate about it because Amanda is passionate about it. Like, if Amanda told them, I don't want to do this, they would not be pushing it. And so ultimately, I trust it, and I'm cool with it because the fighter is cool with it. I think if she said, like, yo, guys, like, I don't think this is a good idea, I don't want to do it, I think they would have stood down long ago and said, yeah, let's back off here.
Right. To Andy's point, it just seems like it's men who are making these decisions for women, or expressing their opinion. And if you're right about MVP is like, look, we're giving you the platform, Amanda. If this is what you want, then we're going toe to toe with what you want to make it happen, and we'll use the strength that we have a voice, and we're trying to give you a voice. That all makes sense. But I just hope I'm agreeing with Andy.
I guess we'll find out.
I'm looking at her.
And she's not.
Yeah, I think no. What he said, I was here nodding. Sorry, you couldn't see me. I was here like, yep. That's what I'm getting at.
No, ultimately, that's what I think. I really do think it is a cause near and dear to Amanda's heart, and that's why, like, she really dictates what they are doing from a women's boxing perspective. I mean, I think they show her so much love and praise and respect, and kind of like showcase her the same way in which they do Jake. To a degree, she feels like one of the faces of MVP. And so, will she live to regret it? We'll find out. And I don't think right now that it's a movement that is going to take over women's boxing. I don't feel like it is going in that direction, but it is something that makes their events different and their title fights different and all that stuff and more. All right, let us move along. We've got a bunch of other questions that we can get to back end of the program, but time now to get into our interviews, and I am So very looking forward to our first guest of the day coming on the program, because I have been watching this guy from afar on television, consuming his content, whether it's content that he's a part of on the screen or that he helped write or produce for as long as I can remember, since the mid-90s. And obviously have enjoyed it, have dissected it, have talked about it, have sat back and watched it all and consumed it all, whether it was when he was a writer, head writer for the WWF in the 90s during the Attitude Era, the boom period, if you will, whether it was when he was at WCW, and I was actually a huge fan of WCW at that time, believe it or not, perhaps one of the few, whether it was when he was over at TNA Wrestling as well and had a great run there, whether it was when he was the World Heavyweight Champion for that brief polarizing period. And these days, very much in the mix as far as media is concerned, and has teamed up with JCW, Juggalo Championship Wrestling. He'll be making his television debut for them, or on-screen debut, I should say, on their YouTube channel tomorrow, Thanksgiving night. And it seems to be something that he is very excited about. The show is entitled Lunacy, and we'll get into that and a whole lot more with the man known as Vinny Roo, a.k.a. Vince Russo, who is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. There he is. Hello, Vince. How are you?
What is going on, Ariel? Very, very, very happy that you invited me on your show.
I'm very excited that you're here. And in fact, perhaps you would be expecting me to say, nice to meet you, but we've actually met once before, Vince. Do you have any recollection of this?
Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh my memory, man.
I would be shocked, by the way, if you did remember this, but I'll very, very briefly tell you that in 2006, I was working in TV production. I was a young buck in the business, 24 years old, and I was working for a production company based in New York that was doing some work for Spike TV, and we had been hired to do a pre-show for SpikeTV.com ahead of a big Kurt Angle versus Samoa Joe TNA Wrestling main event. It was one of the big marquee events once TNA and Spike got together. This is my first time, Universal Studios, getting to be backstage at a wrestling event. I can't believe it. I'm seeing everyone. This to me is like, is the forbidden door being open? Oh my God, Valhalla for a wrestling fan, unbelievable. And Kurt Angle took a liking to me for some reason. Perhaps it was because I went to Syracuse University, graduated with a broadcast journalism degree, and Brian Gewirtz also went to Syracuse, and so I think he thought that perhaps he was seeing the next Brian Gewirtz, and he introduced me to you. We were sitting outside having lunch, and he said, hey, this is Ariel, this is my new friend. He went to Syracuse like Brian, and the only thing I remember you saying was, what are you, some kind of smart mark? What are you, some kind of internet fan? And then that was it. I was like, holy, and I remember calling my friend like, I think Vince Russo just insulted me. This is incredible. This is 2006, by the way. And so that's our lone interaction. I think this one will go a lot better.
I mean, come on, Ariel. I can't kill the gimmick. I'm an awful guy, man. I can't kill the gimmick.
No, it was great. And I am very excited to have you on. And I was very excited to be there way back when. Let's talk about JCW, Juggalo Championship Wrestling. You're teaming up with these guys. I remember them from back in the 90s. Insane Clown Posse, very much a part of the wrestling scene back then. Was it that relationship that led to this, or did something else happen along the way that brought you on board with what they're doing now?
Yeah, absolute great question, because the reality is I worked with them at WWE and WCW. One of my favorite stories with ICP, first of all, Violent J, Shaggy 2 Dope, great guys. But Ariel, the thing that really stands out is we were at the WWE, and I don't know how much you know the Juggalo lifestyle, but the Juggalos go everywhere that these guys go. So they were scheduled to be on Raw that night. The Juggalos are in the parking lot throwing frisbees, having barbecues, tailgating at 12 in the afternoon. Violent J, Shaggy 2 Dope out there with them. Everybody's having a blast. We are ready to go on the air live. I am in the gorilla position. I am looking for ICP. They are nowhere to be found. And I got to tell you, man, they were there all day long. They left right before the show. I actually laughed. I thought it was funny, but these are great guys. So, I mean, I've literally known Violent J for 26 years.
And so what is your connection to them now? Like, what's your role here with what they're doing with JCW?
Yeah, my role right now is, I'm the head writer of the show. I produce the show. I'm an on-air talent, and man, I have to tell you, I didn't think it was possible. Just at the point I'm at in my life and my experiences, I am having the absolute time of my life, man. I am having an absolute blast.
When was the last time prior to this that you were writing television, that you were doing wrestling content the way in which you are now?
Yeah, I left TNA in 2012. So it's literally been, we're going on 14 years that I've not been really involved with a wrestling promotion doing what I'm doing now.
And so what is it like? Does it feel like nostalgia for you? Do you feel like you're shaking off the cobwebs? What is it like?
Man, Ariel, I'll never forget, man, when I go way back to the Attitude Era, I remember sitting there with Vince McMahon and saying to him, because, we had a weekly television show and I always wanted this week's show to be better than last week's show. And I remember telling Vince, I got to be honest with you, I don't know where it comes from. It just comes. Every week it just comes. And getting right back in that saddle, I got to tell you, man, it just comes. And I always say this, Ariel, if you have defined characters, defined three-dimensional characters, the show is going to write itself. And it's going to be very, very organic. And you just let it flow and you just go with it. So for me to step back in, I just felt comfortable all over again, if I'm going to be totally honest with you.
I love it. Okay, there's so much that I want to ask you about. And you mentioned TNA, and I feel like TNA, as of late, is enjoying a bit of a renaissance, if you will. Like, it seemed like they were like 5 feet under, not quite 6, but it was about to be over. And now with this relationship with WWE, it seems like they're on the upswing. What do you are so closely linked to that organization towards the tail end of your run. You had that great run. You're getting over 1 million views on Spike TV. To see where they're at now, did you ever expect this? Did you ever think that they'd be around heading into 2026?
Yeah, we actually had TNA up to 2 million viewers. I mean, that's the point that we got it up to. And like you said, Spike TV, Spike wasn't a huge network. So I feel that was a great accomplishment. But again, man, they hung in there for so long, and that's what was important. So they hung in there long enough to make the WWE connection. And obviously that has helped them with their popularity.
Why do you think WWE is doing this, having this business relationship with them?
Man, listen, the WWE is global. The bigger, the better. And I think that's the way they look at it. There are some people look at it that they're personally doing this against AEW. Listen, having worked there, I don't believe that. I don't believe the WWE is really looking at AEW as competition. I just believe, man, they are trying to build a global empire, and acquiring TNA is just part of that plan.
So, okay, that's interesting. You say that you don't believe that WWE views AEW as competition, yet they do actively counter-program them. And so why do you think they do that? I mean, it's not a coincidence, right, that they're popping up on the same days as their big shows. So why do you think they do that?
I think they do that to F with them. I think they do that because they can. And there's a lot of that involved in wrestling. There's a lot of showmanship involved in wrestling. And listen, man, here's the bottom line. If they can do that, then Tony Khan can do the same exact thing. Wrestling games have been going on forever. I remember when Nitro was beating us and we drove a tank to their building. This wrestling wars have been going on forever. But I really do believe that the picture for the WWE is just much, much bigger than AEW being competition.
Do you think that part of the reason, or I guess a byproduct of them doing this, it's sort of like, rising tide lifts all boats? In those days that you're referring to, around 10 or so million people were watching wrestling on a Monday night, 6 here, 4 here, 7, 3, whatever it is. And do you think that this just kind of helps everyone? Or do you think that ultimately this will kill AEW? This will hurt them to the point where no one is watching them?
Well, It will kill you if you allow it to kill you. Obviously, Tony Khan is in charge of his company. And I'm going to tell you this, and I could tell you this based on experience. If you have a good product, if you have good television, if you have good stories, if you have good characters, people are going to watch. And that really is the bottom line, man. You have to have a good show. I'll never forget the most important thing Vince McMahon said to me, because a lot of times today, Ariel, you'll get a weak number and here come the excuses. This was on and that was on and this was on this. I remember Vince McMahon said to me, Vince, if it's good, they'll watch it. Period. End of story. I don't care what's on the other channels. It means nothing to me. If you have a good product, they will watch it.
Is the AEW product good in your opinion?
Ariel, I watched the first 15 months of AEW. I watched it out of the gate because I wanted to give it a shot. And after 15 months, I remember this clearly. I turned 60 years old in January 5 years ago. And when I hit that point, I was like, you know what? I'm 60 now. I'm towards the tail end. I cannot waste any more of my time. And in the year and a half or 15 months that I watched AEW, they just did not hook me. And quite frankly, I stopped watching when I turned 60. I'm going on 5 years now where I haven't watched the product. And again, what that comes down to is I gave them 15 months. And in that 15 months as a television viewer, they did not hook me.
What did they do wrong? What were they not getting? Why were they not hooking you?
Wrestling. I am not a wrestling guy, Ariel. I am a entertainment guy. I am a storyline guy. I am a character guy. And it was for me, and this is for me, some people love it. For me, it was just way too much wrestling for me.
So you know what it's like to write a TV show on a weekly basis, sometimes multiple, right? Tony Khan right now has that job. He's the CEO. He's the head booker. He's all that. Plus, is in a very important position for an NFL team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, plus a Premier League football team, Fulham. He's got this analytics business as well. Knowing what it's like to be a head writer, are you shocked that he is able to do all of this at the same time, that he's able to have all these different jobs?
I'm not shocked, but the question is he doing it well? And what I mean by that is, listen, we've had 6 years to grow these numbers. Have these numbers grown in 6 years? That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the same thing with the WWE. Have these numbers grown? I understand social media. I understand hits. I understand, globally and international. I understand all that. But the bottom line is, has your television product increased over the last 5 years? And it hasn't. So, and I've got to tell you this, Ariel, listen, it's a full-time job. There's no question about it. When I was writing just Raw before SmackDown, it was 24/7. No question about it. So the fact of the matter that Tony is doing all these things, and God bless Tony. I mean, seriously, the dude's a workhorse. But I'm here to tell you, this is a full-time job, and you are not going to have, maximum audience unless you're doing this full time. It is not a part-time job.
By the way, it's I enjoy all the wrestling content, the YouTube channels and all this stuff. And I do believe, if I'm getting this right, you, Eric Bischoff, Jim Cornette, probably not, going on a dinner date or the best of friends, but you all agree as far as your criticisms towards Tony Khan and AEW. There is something to that, right? Like, it seems like a lot of the old guard, if you will, and I say that with the utmost respect, all are preaching for him to make changes. Do you think he pays attention to any of you? Do you think he listens to any of this?
Ariel, let me tell you basically what the problem is. And this is the problem with wrestling in general. This is the problem with the WWE. This is the problem with AEW. They only want to hear the positive. They don't want to hear people like Vince Russo and those other people you mentioned. That's why I'm with JCW, because Violent J wanted to know, Vince, what do we have to do here? Here's the problem. Triple H and Tony Khan are writing a wrestling show that they like. And by writing a wrestling show that they like, they have turned the audience into a niche audience, because there's only a niche audience that likes 90% wrestling. It's not about what they like. When I write for JCW, I'm not writing a Vince Russo show. I'm writing a show for the masses. I'm writing a show for the world. These guys are writing a show that they like. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you like. It's not about you. We all have different tastes. It's subjective. You want to write a show that's going to get you as many eyeballs as possible. And what that means, Ariel, is you need to have a little bit of everything. That's what the Attitude Era was. We had something for everybody. By doing that, now you open up your window. Now you allow yourself to let people come in to watch a wrestling show that would have never watched wrestling before. Tony Khan is writing a show that he loves, but it doesn't matter what he loves. What does the world want? There are millions of casual wrestling fans out there not watching wrestling anymore. And again, I'm going to go back to JCW. That's why I'm here, because they understood that. And Violent J knew we've got to go above and beyond those that watch wrestling on a weekly basis. There's an entire world out there that's not watching anymore.
Okay, so to expand on that, what is your take on the current state of WWE? Are you watching it unlike AEW? Are you keeping up to speed with it?
I keep up to speed with it, but Ariel, you're going to laugh because I'm about to hit my 65th birthday.
Okay.
And when as I go into my 65th birthday, I made the decision I am not going to sit there every Monday night and every Thursday night and watch those shows in their entirety. And you want to know why? Here's why. I consider myself a casual television viewer. They have not earned my viewing. It's that simple. It goes back to Vince McMahon. If it's good, they'll watch it. For me and my taste and what I look for in a wrestling show, WWE and the product they're putting out right now does not interest me one iota. I keep my finger on the pulse. I need to know what's going on because I've been podcasting for 10 years now with Russo's brand. So I got to know what's going on. But the days of sitting through 5 hours, 6 hours of wrestling a week, those days are over.
And so did you feel this way for the last couple of years, like since Triple H took over? Because from afar, it seemed like the Bloodline stuff, the Cody stuff, like a lot of this was getting love and praise. Were you not even feeling it at that point either, once he took over from Vince?
Yeah, Ariel, I was not feeling it at that point because I am a writer. I am looking at this as a writer. So I am looking for characters. I am looking for storyline. That's what I'm looking for. And man, it's been much, much, much longer than that. I can't tell you when I honestly did enjoy the WWE. And again, I want to be clear. That's my opinion.
Sure, sure.
This is subjective. That's the way I look at it. I'm looking for the entertainment aspect. And everything in wrestling it's all about the match. And every storyline is, oh, I want to wrestle you because I'm better than you, or I want to be the next champion. People are bumping into each other in the back and making matches. That's not storytelling. I want storytelling. I want characters. And that's why I am pushing everybody to GCW, man. We got a new show every Thursday night at 7:00. You are going to see characters. You are going to see storylines. I hear so many people tell me, Vince, what happened when wrestling was like the Attitude Era? I'll tell you what happened. They went back to wrestling. So people that weren't into wrestling stopped watching the show. This is a show, JCW, that once again is going to be for everybody, whether you're a wrestling fan or not.
The Roman Sammy stuff, that you didn't like that stuff when he turned on him and everything. You didn't think that was cinema. You didn't think that was great storytelling.
To be totally honest with you, I believe that was on SmackDown most of the time, and I was only watching Raw.
You can't do that. You can't just pick one at this point.
Yeah, you can.
Why?
When it's very frustrating to sit there and watch it and know what it can be, it's very hard to watch. Because Ariel, you yourself, you just talked about one storyline. Bro, that's all fine and dandy. What about the other hour and 45 minutes in the show? Everybody should have a storyline.
Sure.
You can go back to the Attitude Era from D'Lo Brown to Sonny to everybody on that card. Everybody needs to have a story. So yeah, great, bro. Bloodline story is great for 15 minutes. What am I watching the rest hour and 45 minutes for the rest of the night?
One thing I always wondered about that, and that is very fair, just from like an inside baseball writing a story, a TV show perspective. Would you write it like, all right, let's take D'Lo, right? D'Lo, much love, mid-Carter. Would you write his entire thread throughout the night and then fill in, the Undertaker's thread? Or how would you break it down as to like, okay, this guy's going to be here, this guy's going to be here, and then he's going to show up here? Would it be piece by piece, or would it be like segment by segment, and then you decide? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, would you?
Ariel, that is a great question. Because there's a motive to the madness. There is a formula that works.
Tell me.
There is a formula that never stopped working. Why they stopped using the formula, you'd have to ask Triple H, because I don't know. Here's how you set up the show, Ariel. This is how you start it. You start the show with a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's where it starts. Austin and McMahon at the top of the show. Vince is laying out what is going to happen throughout the course of the next 2 hours. That is your hook. Now I can't go anywhere because I know what odds Vince McMahon's have laid on Austin. You revisit that in the middle of the show. At the end of the show, you pay that off with a cliffhanger. You pay that off to force them to next week. Meanwhile, you got your beginning, your middle, and your end, and you thread the story all throughout the show with backstage vignettes. You thread it. You keep the story. Come on, Ariel, how many times have we seen in the first segment, Brock Lesnar shows up, Roman Reigns shows up, Cody shows up in the first segment? Then you don't see him again for the rest of the night. Why? That doesn't make any sense. They're your biggest stars. You need to write the show around them. And to answer your other question, here's what you do, Ariel. You know what your next pay-per-view is. We used to know a month in advance, believe it or not. We weren't booking on the fly. You know what the pay-per-view is. And for that 4 weeks of TV leading up to it, every single person who is on that pay-per-view is used in the show and represented in the show. And we're building every single angle for every match that is on the pay-per-view. That stuff works. But Ariel, here's the thing. You've got to be a writer to be able to do that. No disrespect to Triple H. No disrespect to Tony Khan. They're not television writers. Show me your credentials. Show me your degree. Show me what television shows you've written in the past, what pilots you've written, what movies. They're not writers. So what are you getting at the end of the day? You're getting a wrestling show. That's what you're getting.
Did you watch WWE Unreal?
Yes, I did. Yes.
What did you think of the decision to expose as much as they did? And from what you saw of the writing, meetings, conversations, you were there, right? You experienced it. How much of that was a work and how much of that was a shoot that we saw?
That's a great question, Ariel. And I got to tell you, I enjoyed the show. And I'll tell you why I enjoyed it. Because here was my mindset going in. Bro, they're going to work us. They're in control of this show. They're going to allow you to see what they want you to see. However, here's what they didn't realize. When you're smart enough and you know the business, you're going to read between the lines and you're really going to see what's going on. And that's what I took away from it. I know what they're trying to get across, but when the guard is down, they're letting us see things that I don't think they wanted us to see. And that's why, I mean, I far more, I'll give you a perfect example. Here's a perfect example. Chelsea Green. Remember there was that episode, I actually think it was episode 3 because I'm a huge fan of Chelsea's. There's that episode where they're putting the belt on Chelsea. Chelsea's been using the same finisher for God knows how many years. All of a sudden, they wanted to use a different finisher. And she's turning to them and asking them why, and nobody's giving her an explanation. Somebody in the business that knows, they're testing Chelsea. They're testing to see if Chelsea is going to go along with everything they say and fall in line, and if Chelsea's going to be a good little student. That's what's going on. So when you really know the business, you can watch this. And here's another thing, Ariel, I took away that I gotta be, I almost wanted to vomit in my own mouth. That creative process. You're sitting around a boardroom wearing a suit? Are you out of your mind? I could tell you firsthand, Ariel, when I wrote television with Vince McMahon, and it was me and Vince and nobody else, I would go to Vince's house. Vince would be in sweatpants. Vince's hair would not be combed. Occasionally, Vince would lift up the right leg and let one out. That's how we wrote the Attitude Era. Now you got 10 freaking guys sitting around a boardroom in suits and tie with Triple H scratching his beard. That's not how the creative process. That's why, again, I keep going back to JCW because Violent J, he understands the creative process. He's had this show for 26 years. He's been doing the Insane Clown Posse for 39 years. He's a creative guy. How do you have a creative meeting in a freaking boardroom with suits?
Is it not fair to then say, like, okay, it's a multi-billion-dollar business now. It has evolved. It can't always be the same. It can't be like it was in the 90s. This is just part of the growth, the evolution of the company.
Yes, if it were working, without a shadow of a doubt, if it were working. And listen, people need to understand, we're not talking about the WWE not making money. We're not talking about them not being successful as a company. I'd be an idiot if I were saying that. It's two different things. I'm talking about the creative, and I am talking about, listen, man, with all due respect to everybody, when you're the WWE and you're doing less than 1 million viewers on SmackDown, I'm sorry, Ariel, somebody needs to be fired. I told Vince when Vince brought me in as the head writer, I said to Vince, if I don't deliver you ratings, I expect to be fired. Because if I don't raise these ratings, I am not doing my job. If I'm not doing my job, I shouldn't have the job. When the WWE is going under 1 million viewers, come on, man, something really, really wrong is going on.
Can you take us inside those, like just that picture that you just painted of you and Vince in his house? Fascinating, right? What is that process? What is that week like? So let's just say Raw ends, okay? You're done, and now you have to book for the following week. What is that next 6-7 days like?
Yeah, well, I want to include my partner Ed Ferrara because there was a time when it was just me and Vince, but then we brought in Ed, and Ed and I really wrote a lot of the stuff. But basically, here's the first thing. We make sure we watch the show back because somebody might have went into business for themselves and did something that we didn't write. And now we've got to make sure it's covered. So we've got to watch the show. Once we watch the show, then we sit down and literally from A to Z, Ed Ferrara and myself would write the entire show from the intros to the cliffhanger at the end.
Do you split it up? Do you say, like, you take this angle, and we come together?
We start from the beginning like we're writing a movie.
Okay.
Start from the beginning and we go all the way through. But like I said, beginning, middle, end, thread that throughout. Okay, that's done. Number one. Okay, these guys are on the pay-per-view. On the pay-per-view, we've got DX against the Legion of Doom. How are they covered this week? And here's the difference too, Ariel. As you get closer and closer to that pay-per-view, you got to keep raising the stakes. What happens in the WWE now is they run in place. I always compare it to the gerbil in the wheel. They may have a match booked for the pay-per-view, but it doesn't crescendo leading up to the pay-per-view. They do the exact same spot week after week after week. That is not a build. You've got to build this over 4 weeks. So by the time you get to the big show, the people can't wait to see that match. And like I said, Triple H, listen, man, 20-time world champion, great wrestler. I worked with the guy, never had an issue with him, ever. You're not a writer, man. You're not a writer. And unless you know how to write a television show, it's going to become very, very, very repetitive.
So you speak with such passion and experience. Obviously, that period was tremendous. Why did it not work, say, in WCW? That same mindset, why did it not replicate in WCW?
Well, it was. I mean, there's no question about it, because it's the same thing that happened at JCW. You can't walk in on day one and change everything. It doesn't work that way. Nothing will make sense. So what you have to do, and literally this is at least 3 months, you've got to start breaking down the old foundation, and you've got to start building your own. That's what you've got to do. And that takes a little bit of time. We were doing that in WCW. And anybody, listen, I would not say this unless there's numbers to back it up. When you look at the first 3 months that Ed and myself were in WCW, the first 3 months, the numbers were going up. We were building the foundation. And then, as it happens a lot in professional wrestling, politics raise their ugly head. People get worked. And the next thing you know, we're going to change up the way we're doing things. And I was like, you know what? The numbers are going up. I've done exactly what I said I was going to do. I'm not interested in your new way of doing things. So I think I'll go home for a while, which I did. And then, of course, they called me back. But by the time they called me back, we had already lost that audience that we built up the first 3 months. And at that point, I just knew it was over.
Do you regret, in retrospect, do you regret leaving WWE in the 90s, in the late 90s to head? I've heard you tell the story that, you told Vince that writing the second show, Vince McMahon, that is, it was getting to you, and he said, you've now made enough money, you can have a nanny, you can hire a nanny, you can have someone to take care of your kids. In retrospect, not to say that you agreed with that response from your boss, but do you regret leaving when things were going so well over there?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would make the same decision today. You don't put work before my family. You don't put your company before my family. And you know what? By doing that and all the hell that I went through, I've got 3 kids that are now old enough to understand, oh my God, Dad walked away at the pinnacle of his career because we came first. I am not prouder than anything else in my life than that.
Okay, well said. Did you ever think that we'd be living in a time where Vince McMahon is alive and the WWE is still running and thriving in some people's minds and as big as it is, and he's not involved? Did you ever think that we'd see this day?
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, I think we all thought we were going to walk into Vince's office and his head was going to be on his desk and he was going to be dead. Absolutely not. I mean, the turn of events in the last 5 years or so, I could have never thought that something like this would go down. Absolutely not.
Knowing him like you do or did, and by the way, when's the last time you did speak to him?
Oh, man, the last time we had an email exchange, God, was probably, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. And it didn't go too well.
What was it about?
It was about he was entertaining the fact of bringing me back because the numbers were going down again. So he was entertaining the idea of bringing me back, and he kind of wanted me to audition for the job. And I'm like, Vince, I think you kind of know what I can do. I think you've seen what I could do. I'm not jumping through hoops. You can continue going on down the road you're going down.
Wow. So this is like 2017 or so.
Yeah. Before all the stuff went down.
Sure.
Probably about 8 years ago or so.
Were you shocked that he reached out?
Actually, I think I reached out. I got to tell you, Ariel, this is what happens with me with wrestling all the time. I watch it, and for me, it gets so bad. It's like, I got to do something about it. Like, I cannot stand here and watch this anymore. And that's what on several occasions caused me to reach out. So I actually reached out, but he did get back to me immediately.
Okay. And you would have considered it?
Yes.
Until the audition idea was presented.
Yeah, he wanted me to like watch the shows a month and give him my feedback. So I came back with, okay, I have no problem. And what are you paying me for that month? And he hit me with, hey, you should be thrilled to have this kind of opportunity. And I'm like, Vince, I'm not a kid just out of college. I'm not working for free. I'm not watching the shows. If you want to compensate me, no problem. But the days of me doing anything for free are long gone. And Ariel, I'll be honest, he got pretty nasty with me. And the last email was really nasty. He was hitting me below the belt.
Oh my!
And I didn't even answer it. I'm like, okay, and I didn't even answer it.
Like personal insults?
Yeah, personal insults. Yeah.
Knowing him like you do, how much do you think it's killing him that he is not a part of WWE anymore?
Oh, killing him. Absolutely. This is who this man is. There was nothing else in Vince's life but the WWE. People don't believe me when I tell them this. Ariel, he never watched the competition. He had no idea who was in ECW. He never watched WCW. I'll never forget when he brought Austin in. And I sat down with him, and he was giving me direction on Steve Austin. And he said to me, Vince, Steve Austin is to be the ringmaster, and he's never to say a word. I knew he never saw Austin, and I knew he had no idea who Stunning Steve Austin was. And I had to sit there and say, Vince, are you like Steve Austin can talk, Vince? It was WWE 24/7, period. That's all it was. I can't imagine, Ariel. I honestly can't. I can't imagine what the man is going through right now. I really can't.
When you look back at that era and the Attitude Era, and everyone looks back at it with such reverence and nostalgia, what do you consider the absolute apex? Is there an angle, a moment, a match, an episode that you consider the absolute high mark of that period?
I have to tell you this, and this is where we can really look at where was wrestling and where is wrestling. And Ariel, we were in a situation where it was 24/7. That's why I said, Tony Khan, God bless you, man. This is a full-time job. You can't be flying off to Jacksonville and Fulham. This is a full-time job. So, Ariel, we were so wrapped up in the show on a daily basis. You never stopped and smelt the roses. A lot of people ask me, Vince, when you finally broke the 83 weeks, what was that like? And I'm like, it was like another show. There's another show to write next week. We never stopped to smell the roses. And Ariel, I'll never forget, I was able to get like 1 day off. And on that 1 day, my kids were very young, and I took them to Universal Studios. And it's in the summer, and there's a sea of people. And now I'm outside, and I'm looking. I swear to you, every fourth person had an Austin 316 shirt on.
Wow.
And I saw this, and that's when it hit me like, holy shit, like, wow. Like, That's when it hit me. And here's why I bring this up. Do we ever see wrestling shirts out in public anymore? I cannot tell you the last time I saw one wrestling shirt worn in public. Bro, that tells you everything. That tells you everything, because I remember that vividly. And then, of course, you talk about NWO and where those shirts were. You have to look for a wrestling shirt today to find one.
It is a good point. It's a good point, no doubt. Is it true, Vince? And by the way, I'm enjoying this so much, and I really appreciate the passion and you taking this trip down memory lane with us, and also plugging tomorrow, JCW Lunacy on YouTube. Your debut, I believe, at 7 p.m., right?
7 p.m. tomorrow Eastern.
Yep. I was in attendance in Montreal for the screw job. I'm from Montreal. I was in the rafters as a fan, 1997. I'm 15 years old. I loved Brett. He was my guy. Is it true that it was your idea to capitalize on the black eye and do that interview with Jim Ross? Because to me, that's the real turning point. It could have just been a moment that everyone tried to forget, but the turning point is Mr. McMahon, Brett screwed Brett, that line, that's the ultimate heel line. Was that your idea?
Twofold, Ariel, because I don't take credit for things that weren't mine, but I remember this. It's the next day. Vince McMahon is walking around with a black eye. Okay. So we go in the production meeting. We have our regular production meeting. Then everybody leaves and only the key people are in there. And it was probably me, Vince, probably Shane, Pritchard, Jim Ross, Patterson, Briscoe, Kevin Dunn. There was maybe 8 people in there. Ariel, they're all trying to sweep this under the rug like it never happened. And I'm sitting back and I'm listening to this. And I finally said, guys, Vince McMahon is walking around with a black eye. Do you understand the volume of this? Something like this will probably never, ever, ever happen again in the history of wrestling. And Ariel, I always remember, man, when you got Vince's attention, you knew that look. You knew that look. And as I was saying, no, this is the story, I could see his look. And I knew he's right. And to his credit, Vince went to the TV studio when we got back. Vince laid out that interview. Vince's line was, I didn't screw Bret Hart. Bret Hart screwed Bret Hart. But yes, they were waiting to go on with business as usual.
Wow.
And I was like, guys, there will never, ever, ever be another opportunity like this in the history of the business.
Austin versus McMahon aside, because I think everyone probably thinks that that's the best angle of that period. What is your personal favorite? What's the one that you're most proud of?
Yeah, my favorite is when Rock joined the corporation, only because we were laying out that story for 3 months. And we were dropping little crumbs and we were telling hints and nobody was getting it. And here's my favorite story, Ariel. This is what I mean when you've got to build. You can't do this. You got to keep building, next level. So we were the week before we knew that Rock was going to join the corporation. So Ed Ferrara and myself, we wrote the show. And we come up with the idea of Rock dropping the elbow on Vince. Because again, we know where we're going, but we really want to throw people off. So I'll never forget, I was so torn with that. And I'm like, oh my God, Ed, like that'll kill it. Like Rock dropping the people's elbow on Vince. And Ed Ferrara looked at me and said, Vince, it's an elbow. But when you think about that, Ariel, that's what I mean about characters. It was just an elbow, but the way The Rock sold the elbow and delivered the elbow, he even had the writer convinced that he was killing the guy. So that, because there was a lot of storytelling in Rock joining the Corp, so that will always be my favorite.
Do you still have a relationship with Ed?
You know what? It's tough for me because Ed and I were in everything together. And Ed's really the only one that can back everything up. But Ed really doesn't want to have anything to do with wrestling anymore. And he's been out of the limelight for a very, very long time. And I respect that. And that's why I don't ever ask him to do anything. But yeah, him and I still keep in touch because again, man, it was a team and he was a big part of my success.
You've done a lot of interviews talking about your past and how you got to become the head of creative for WWF. You're running the video store. You write the letter to Linda McMahon. You start, writing on the for the magazine and all that stuff. And I don't want you to go over all of that, but I'm just wondering, if you never write that letter or if she never responds to you, what do you think becomes of your life? Who do you think you become? You obviously aren't running this video store because video stores became obsolete. What do you think happens to you if she never actually reads your letter?
That is a great question, because if it were up to me, as soon as I graduated from college, I would have headed right for Hollywood. I would have planted myself in the middle of Hollywood as a writer, and I know I would have gotten some work because of my work ethic. The situation was I got married right out of college at 22 years old. So all of that had to change. I do believe, though, Ariel, that somehow, some way I would have been writing something, because I really do believe that that's what I was meant to do.
Okay. Outside of wrestling, just TV, movie, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
The number one question that I was asked when I mentioned to people that you were coming on, I don't know if you can guess this, is ask him about Jim Cornette. Ask him about the beef with Jim Cornette, the feud with Jim Cornette. What's going on between you and Jim Cornette? You are both killing it online. You have YouTube channels, you've got podcasts, you've got all this stuff, and yet it doesn't seem like you are the best of pals. What's the issue there?
It's a couple of things, Ariel. First of all, let me make one thing perfectly clear. I don't have any beef with Jim Cornette. Okay. I don't have any hatred for Jim Cornette. If I am going to be honest with you, and I'm a New Yorker, to me, Jim Cornette is a goof. To me, Jim Cornette has always been a goof. So a goof is not going to upset me. Here's what happened, Ariel. It's real easy, and it's twofold. Number one, how did the hatred start? It's real simple. Vince McMahon chose me over Jim Cornette. Years later, Dixie Carter chose me over Jim Cornette. Rather than Jim Cornette look himself in the mirror and say, wait a minute, why Russo? Why didn't they choose me? What do I need to work on? What do I need to improve on? Rather than him do that, it was my fault. It was my fault that they chose me over him. It had nothing to do with him. It was my fault. Now you add to that, I have become part of Jim Cornette's shtick. His cult of Cornette, whatever it is, they expect Cornette to rip on every single thing I do and to cut promos on me and to call me a Yankee and a shit stain. He's made it part of his act. But I got to tell you, man, here's what Jim doesn't understand. And Jim, if you're listening, or somebody will smarten you up to this, please continue to do this. Of course, when it got out of me writing for GCW, Jim Cornette had a picnic. And I saw 90,000 views or whatever it was. And listen, I publicly said, Jim, thank you. Thank you very, very much for letting people know I am now writing and working for JCW. I appreciate the press. I appreciate the publicity. And obviously, we know with every show that I write, he's going to be the first one to rip it apart. Great. I hope you continue to do it. You got a great following. The more people you can let know about JCW, the better. But to be perfectly clear, Ariel, I do not have a hateful bone in my body whatsoever for Jim Cornette.
If you saw him in a hallway, in a hotel, a convention, whatever, you'd shake his hand and say hello?
Ariel, I have offered to have public debates.
Oh, that would be something.
Jim Cornette, with Jim and Eric Bischoff, both of them. These guys will not get in front of me. Listen, man, this is the way I look at it. And again, I'm a New Yorker. If I think somebody is a liar and every word out of their mouth is a lie, and I can get them face to face and expose them, Bro, I am going to be all over that. But yet these guys have claimed for 25 years, every word out of my mouth is a lie. So I have said, no problem. Let's debate that. I even said to Cornette, Jim, let's do it online. We'll have a debate. All the money goes to Cauliflower Alley. I don't want a penny. Give all the money. Nope. They refute. They'll talk about me behind my back. They'll cut promos behind my back. One-on-one in the same room. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Who do you dislike more, Eric or Jim?
Well, Jim's a goof, so he can't help himself. Let's be honest. Listen, Ariel, if there is one person I don't like in the wrestling business, and there is only one person I don't like, and it's Eric Bischoff. Eric and I are oil and water. We are complete opposites. We never got along. Eric made the decision from day one. I am going to be a dick to Vince Russo, and he has been a dick to Vince Russo. And quite frankly, out of everybody I've ever worked with, he is the only one that I can honestly say I do not like that guy.
Was that off the jump or in the early days of
off
you
the
were
jump?
Like
off the jump.
Day one.
Off the jump.
Because,
Day one.
Do you think it was because you were enemies and now forced to work together? Do you why do you think that was?
Come on, let's look at the facts. He's on this 83-week run. Vince McMahon brings in some Yahoo, Vince Russo, that nobody ever heard of. In a matter of time, the 83 weeks are over. The WWF is drumming WCW. Eric Bischoff is now out of a job, and I'm the one that they now bring in creatively at WCW. Bro, I get it. I totally get it. But my God, bro, for what is this, 1999? For the next 26 years to be spewing venom at me? Bro, I honestly, I'm going to be 65, Ariel. I think Eric's 70. Bro, you're 70 years old and still cutting promos on me? Come on, man. Let it go.
Speaking of long-term booking and storytelling, one that has been a constant this year is the John Cena, final year. Last time is now culminating with this tournament final, December 13th, his final match. How do you feel like the story surrounding Cena's final year and final match has gone this year? I see you shaking your head.
There were a lot of people that coached me about coming here.
Okay.
And here's what they kept saying. Vince, you got to be positive. Vince, you got to be Vince, because if you're not positive, they're going to say you're bitter. That's what you always get. You're bitter. No, I'm not bitter. I'm telling the truth. But Ariel is asking me these questions, man.
Well, I'm dying to know I don't know. I'm dying to know your answer.
It's been horrible. But listen, there are two guys I never got to work with that I would have given anything to work with. Two guys. Bray Wyatt, who was an absolute genius. Thank God, man. I at least DM'd with Bray Wyatt a couple of times, and I'll never forget that. Number two, John Cena. This guy is a pro's pro. I never got to work with him. Ariel, here's what happened, and everything goes back to they're not writers, okay? Obviously, they had the story with The Rock. They had the story with Cena turning heel. If you watch Unreal, there was a time when everybody was on the same page. Rock was on the same page. We had the scene of Rock cutting the promo to Hunter and giving him this and all that. We're all on the same page. Behind the scenes, something went terribly wrong. And I really believe Rock got his ideas shot down a couple of times going back to the WrestleMania before. And I honestly believe Rock said, you know what? F it. I'm out of here. You guys can stay here and bury yourself. I really believe that's what happened. Now, here's the problem, Ariel. And as a writer, you know this. Bro, shit's going to happen. People are going to get hurt. Contracts are going to expire. People are going to be suspended. You always have to change plans. It's part of writing and wrestling. So there was some kind of a falling out. Okay, now we've got to pivot. And we got to pivot to plan B. That's all. Rock's out. We got to make an adjustment. That's where the problem lies. They were not able to pivot to a plan B. So now we've got arguably one of the faces of Mount Rushmore who gives them a year notice. A year notice. Guys, this is going to be my last year. And this is the farewell. And again, what does that come down to? You don't know how to write a show. You're not qualified how to write a show because, in my humble opinion, John Cena deserved a lot better than this. I wish I could have written that story for John Cena.
Given who's available right now, who do you think should face him in his final match?
Well, I would hope this, Ariel, because again, somebody please answer this for me. When they had Brock Lesnar come in and destroy John Cena, we know this is Cena's farewell tour. We know it. So now Brock Lesnar destroys him. One thing, Ariel, I'm always giving the WWE the benefit of the doubt. I'm always giving them the benefit of the doubt. So rather than me say, what are you guys doing? You're out of your mind. I said, you know what? They're going to come back to this. This is going to be Cena's last match. And Cena is going to wind up getting the revenge and beating Lesnar on his way out. I honestly believe that. Now, obviously, that's not happening. So my question is, what was the point of Brock Lesnar destroying John Cena on his way out in the last year of his career? What was the point of that? That's the only question I ask, because if you're not going to bring it back to that, then you buried Cena. Cena never got a comeback from that. You absolutely buried him if you're not going to come back to it.
Should he win his final match?
Well, listen, obviously he's not. I mean, Dominic's the guy that they're going with. My question is, are they really going to beat John Cena in his last two matches out the door? That's my question. I think it's a given in San Diego against Dominic Mysterio. He's got to return the favor and give that belt back. I think that's a gimmick. He's not going to retire with the Intercontinental title. But now the question is, are they going to beat him in that tournament before then? And again, Ariel, when I talk about bad booking, bro, John Cena put Austin Theory over. Where's Austin Theory? John Cena put Austin Theory over. This is what I'm talking about. And Ariel, I just want to say it. That's why I went to JCW. That's why I went there. Because, Ariel, I worked with Violent J for 4 days. And I have to say this because I want everybody to notice. I hadn't seen Jay in 26 years. I worked with him for 4 days. Violent J, out of everybody I ever worked with, is the closest to a Vince McMahon, without a shadow of a doubt. This guy is a genius. This show was created 26 years ago, and nobody knows about it. And let me tell you, Ariel, how I know he's a genius. When you are creative, you are not detail-orientated. You're not, because your mind is out here. You're always thinking outside of the box. You need somebody else to dot the I's and cross the T's. That's where Ed and I work so well together. Ed was a detail guy. I sat there and I watched Violent J for 4 days. This guy did both. And this was unbelievable to me because whether people want to believe it or not, Vince McMahon was really not a creative genius. The genius of Vince McMahon was he could see things that nobody else could see. And what he used to call that all the time is the nuances. Vince would see the nuances that nobody else saw. And if I wrote a script that was a 9, Vince would tweak a nuance here, a nuance there. Now the show was a 10. But you give Vince McMahon a blank piece of paper, Vince McMahon cannot write you a wrestling show. And that's why when I saw the creative genius of Violent J, I was like, man, this is the guy I want to work with. There's no politics. There's no BS. This is a guy that knows we need to expand this and bring it to the world once again, and that's exactly what we're doing.
We'll round third on a positive note. I know you're a big San Francisco Giants guy. I'm a Blue Jays guy. We were this close to winning the World Series. No big deal. That's a whole different discussion for a different day, Vince.
And I'll tell you why. Off air, remember to ask me why the Blue Jays lost, and I will tell you.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Okay.
JCW aside, I know you're very excited. 7 p.m. Thursday, Thanksgiving. You're with the family. The return of Vince Russo. It's great family watching, I presume. There it is over on Psychopathic Records, their YouTube channel. What do you like about WWE right now, or pro wrestling? JCW aside, because I know you're very excited about that. But to end on a positive note, if you will.
Ariel, you keep getting me in trouble because it's so positive.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not one thing.
I'll tell you who I like. And it's really, seriously, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing because the best guy in professional wrestling today is not a wrestler. That's embarrassing.
Who's that?
Logan Paul is a star.
Mm-hmm.
A star. Unbelievable. You talk about the it factor. This guy reeks of it. And the fact of how long he's been doing this and how good he is, listen, man, that should challenge every professional wrestler out there. And, here's another thing. And again, Ariel, I ask for questions. I ask questions. When I don't understand, I ask questions. Who in God's name did Drew McIntyre piss off? Oh, my God. Bro, this guy is a bona fide movie star. This guy can work. He looks the part. He can cut a promo. This guy is it. How do you beat him time after time after time? But I'll tell you what it is, Ariel. Some of these performers, they get the bulletproof. They get the bulletproof label. What that means is no matter what you do, no matter how many times you beat this guy, he's going to stay over. He's going to keep himself over. I think he's got that label. I think Chelsea Green has that label, and that is the kiss of death in wrestling because Drew McIntyre, without a shadow of a doubt, should definitely be one of the top 3 guys in that company.
By the way, I have to be honest. I thought when you were saying, isn't a pro wrestler my favorite thing? I thought you were going to say Paul Heyman.
Oh, next. Listen, Ariel, stop. You're setting me up now.
You don't like Paul? You're not a Paul Heyman guy?
Now you're setting me
up. I love Paul.
Yeah, goo ka-choo.
Okay. Yes. Biggest regret of your career?
Ever getting in the wrestling business.
Wow. Really?
Absolutely. Would not do it again.
You wish you never sent that letter to Linda?
Wish I never sent the letter to Linda.
Wow. This is your life. This is your career.
Took years off my life, but the cherry is on top of the sundae at the end of my career. And this is a godsend to me. JCW is a godsend. The talent, the people working behind the scenes. This is a godsend for me. There's been a lot of really bad experiences. Listen, man, Hulk Hogan sued me for cutting a promo on a wrestling character in the middle of the ring. Okay? Ariel, I've gone through a lot. I've been the butt of people's jokes for 30 years because I didn't pay my dues, and I wasn't the guy that was selling programs at wrestling shows when I was 5 years old. So that has always been held against me. I would not make the same decision again to get in the wrestling business, but I am so happy to be going off on a high note with JCW, man. I really am. This is a blessing for me.
This has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much, Vince. What a pleasure. Truly, I really appreciate the hour. The Patreon is patreon.com/RussoTWC. You've got a YouTube channel as well, as you mentioned. The brand is over there. And I know you're kind of moving away from the YouTube and going on to the Patreon a little bit more as well, right? You've got the JCW YouTube channel, the Psychopathic Records that we just talked about right over there. That's tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, Thanksgiving night, the debut of Vince Russo with Juggalo Championship Wrestling. And you're killing it, my friend. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Great to have you on. Loved picking your brain. Could have gone another 2 hours, if I'm being honest.
Yes.
But we'll save it for another time.
And Ariel, thank you for the heat that you brought me the day before Thanksgiving. Thank you, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Vince. All the best. There he is, the inimitable Vince Russo. What a guy. What energy. What energy. And I enjoyed that very much. Again, it's one of those where if you would have told 1997, 1998, even 2001 Ariel, who's going to the fan access shows and taking pictures with the likes of Edge and Christian, if Vince Russo would be on my show, how would you react? I would be pretty damn excited. And I think that lived up to it. Would love to have Jim on in the future as well, and love having these chats. Hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. All right, let's move along. Yeah. Did you enjoy that, Frank?
Absolutely.
What a setup, by the way.
Terrific.
Got the audio, the mic.
Got the thing around the RE20. It was great.
One of the big stories, one of the great stories of 2025 has been the emergence of Salsa Boy, the pride of the Dominican Republic, fighting 5 times in the year 2025, 4-1, twice in November alone. Had the fight against Antidelia where he gets poked in the eye, he comes back, he knocks him out, and then, of course, on 48 hours' notice, he flies to Qatar to fight Shamil Gaziev and knocks him out as well. And you're like, what? You landed on Friday morning, you made weight. Obviously, you're a heavyweight, okay, fine, but you look to be in great shape, and you go out there after that long journey, and you win, and now you say you want to fight on either December 6th, December 13th. Next show, why not? It's a great honor to be joined by Waldo Cortes Acosta. He is kind enough to join us right here now. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Thank you, Ariel. How are you?
It's great. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, muy bien, aquí en mi casa.
Okay, so it's so nice to have you here, and congratulations. What have you been able to come down from the past week? Like this time last week, my friend, you weren't even fighting in Qatar. So can you tell us, when did you get the phone call, and did you say yes right away?
Okay, the first one in Dominican Republic, and Tuesday in the Dominican Republic, have a call for the NICU for my baby. Supposed to be I got a release on Wednesday, the last week. When me come back here to Arizona, same Wednesday, like at 4 p.m., I go immediately to see my baby to the NICU, supposed to be released the same day. When we go to the NICU, I see the baby have a whole tooth back in the nose to the eating. I asked the nurse, hey, what happened with the baby? Is having a tooth supposed to be got a release today? And he said, no, have a complication today. The baby needed to put a tooth back and everything. I needed like a 1 week more, and paying attention was eating, drinking, and everything, because the baby have a little complication. And the same time, I got a call to my coach. My coach called me like a 5:30, sit almost like that. And he told me, hey, you want to fight in Qatar? You have a fight in Qatar. Supposed to be. For real? I asked him, you joking, no? No, for real. I told him, give me 5 minutes. Let me talk to my wife about that decision right now, because I have a little complicated situation now. I talked to my wife, he say, hey, you go to the Dominican Republic, you're not doing nothing bad in there, you're not drinking, you're not hangover, you're in very shape right now. Got the fight and got that win for us. And I called him back. I told him right away, hey, call my training partner, Ariel Fortuné. Told him to go to the gym. I go over there right now, do a sparring, and see if they can ready for the go to Qatar and fighting for this guy. I go over there to the gym. I do it like a 3-round first with all my friends. I do it like a 3 pass with my coach. I see me good. I'm waiting to my training partner. I do it like a 3-round, almost 4 rounds, I think. With him, I do everything good. I told my coach asking me like 3 times, hey, you ready for free fight in Qatar for sure? Like 3 times he asking me. Well, the last third time he asking me, I'm ready. He called the UFC, hey, I'm ready and go. And right there, he told me, you have a 3 hour for be ready, pack it, everything, go to Qatar the same day.
Wow. That is very. By the way, when was your baby born? What date?
Him born in the August 8th.
Okay. And he's been in the NICU since then.
The big nigga there.
Well, congratulations. What is wrong right now, and how is he doing now?
The baby is born with the syndrome of Down. My wife have a complication, like have a placenta crida before, have like almost die in the surgery too for the born the baby. The baby is born too little. It's born like a 27 weeks. The baby is breathing good, everything like that, but need a time for the take it to the home because it's too little. But the complicated for the baby right now is he no have a capacity to eating by himself.
Wow. And how is your wife doing now?
Oh, my wife is very good now. It's every time excited to see the baby every day. Excited for the very emotional was happened with me the last week and these couple months. It's crazy, but it's being in the home right now and it's still cooking for me right now.
Okay. And is this your first child?
No, this is my number 9 child.
Number 9.
This is my number 7. This is my number 6 for me. My blood, but it's like a number 9 in the family.
You adopted, or your wife had children?
No, my wife have 3 children separated.
Okay, wow.
Separate in the other marriage.
How old is the oldest?
The older is 16. The other one turned 15 this year, December. The other one turned already 14, October 18. The other one is 9. The other one is 10, 11. Other one 9. My girl 4 years old. The twins is 2 years, 1 month, and the baby in the NICU now I have almost 3 months.
Wow. Do they all live with you? Same house?
No. All of them live with my 3 babies, the twins and the girl, and the oldest my wife right now, and I waiting to the baby coming to home.
Okay. And do you think you're done now? I mean, 9 kids is a lot to take care of. Do you think that's it?
Yeah, but I think I'm done for now because my wife I will I take the placenta crida cover whole thing.
Okay.
The placenta cover the utero and go to the bladder, take care of aromatic, everything of that.
Okay. So, it's interesting. You said that your baby boy was born in August, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's girl.
Girl, excuse me. My apologies. Baby girl was born in August. And God bless her. And I hope that everything goes well for her and that she's able to get out of the NICU in very short order. Your video froze. Can you still hear me? Waldo, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You have fought.
Perfect, yeah.
You have fought 3 times since August. You have been very active, and prior to that, you fought in June. So dealing with this, which I'm sure has brought stress and a bit of fear, and you've been so active. How have you been able to balance your athletic career and everything happening in that side of things with also the personal stuff that you're dealing with as well? How has that been?
Yeah, the more hard part is when me go to China. When me go to China for with Pablo, is the same time that my wife go inside to the hospital. Right, this is the more hard part in this career that happened to me. But after that, everything my wife is pushing me too much, and everybody around me, my coaches, my attitude every time that me presented for every time that me training is very more better as possible every time. Every situation that happened to me every time is like pushing me more to do something better because I know have a chance to something like that put it down,
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the person that everything bad happening to me is pushing me up every time.
Okay. By the way, were you there for your child's birth, or did you miss it because you were in China?
Um, no. I there because when my wife go inside the hospital, him pass like 1 week and 2 days for the birthday baby. Supposedly, I'm coming here the same day they came over here after they coming to China. My wife have released the hospital, but the same day my wife get hurt and get a bleed out. I need to go. I go to the hospital right away. And
Okay.
this week after, I my wife considered the baby.
What was so impressive to me about this past weekend, you landed Friday morning, right? And then you had to go on the scale, and then you fought the next day. Were you tired? Were you jet lagged after such a long flight? How long were you in the air for?
Oh, think about it. I get out Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 in the morning, the Dominican Republic. To Arizona is like 9 hours. After that, be like 4 hours in Arizona. See the baby. Got the notice that me have a fight. Got a like other flight to New York, 5 hours. Calculated is like 14 hours. Plus the time they go to the New York to the Qatar, almost 31 hours in flight.
Jeez Louise. So when you landed, were you not exhausted?
No, I know exhausted because my mentality already is to go to fight. I know how like a think try to think about it, how process happened to me before they go to land. The land, I know that my weight is a little bit over. I told my coach, "Hey, I need to go straight to the vascular to the scale to see my weight because I know it be swollen a little bit and be over a little bit weight. I passed like almost 2 pound, 2 pound and a half, but I cut in like in 20 minutes and come back, make it the weight, everything perfect after that."
And what's also incredible is just 3 weeks prior, you fought against Antidelia, and we know about the eye poke, and then you eventually subsequently knocking him out. How is your eye feeling now? Are you fully healed?
Yeah, I'm fully healed right now. I can see it. I don't know. People can see it there right now, or have a little line
Yeah.
to my eyes, like a pass through.
Yeah.
This is one of the problems. But everything good right now. Everything I 100%, and they're ready for the next fight.
How long did it take for you to feel like you were back to 100%? How long did it take to heal?
Like almost 1 week and 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was such a weird situation because you got the poke, and then I thought that they had waved the fight off, and they brought the guys into the cage to check you out, and then they restarted it. How do you feel about the way that whole situation was handled? Obviously, you were happy that you got the knockout, but did you feel like there was some confusion? Were you surprised that they restarted it?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm a little confused. Why is it happening a little moment in there because was until Elijah go to the hand corner and try like a celebrator and the whole crowd for him go to for him a celebrator too. I told the referee and everybody, hey, why is the hand celebrated? They're supposed to be no win. Why hand do that? And the hand this one made me more mad. The hand try like a celebrator after the hand do it. What is the hand do? And punching me almost 11 times after that happening, the poke me that.
Okay, and now you've really played this up now with the pirate eye patch and all this stuff. Why are you doing all of this? What's the reason behind it?
The reason behind it is because I have a poke the eye, the first one, and I knock him out. I have like a rule revolution, like a new me, as it happening, and call them, throw the message to the champion, to the why is no try like do a rematch or something like that because this happened like almost 1 month and something for him. And I don't see him in the cameras and he talking about the rematch.
Sure. So do you feel like the way in which he reacted was, what do you think? What was your reaction to the way that all went down? Because as you know, eye pokes can be dealt with differently, right? Deeper. So,
Yeah.
but it does feel like you're maybe trying to like dig at him a little bit.
Yes. My eyeball, I have a bleeding in my own eyes. I have a blood coming out in my eye. And I remember I told the referee, I like a 20% or something, but I don't see nothing there. I try like a fight no matter what. But for him, I don't know. I think the hanging have a pocket more in the right can in the left, I think. Because I have two both the eyes, supposed to in the both eyes, but have more one did the other one, but hang out at the other one side.
I understand. How far away do you think you are from that discussion? Because I saw, by the way, how do you say it in Spanish? Felicidad. You're now number 5, right? Felicitaciones. Felicitaciones.
Gracias.
You're now number 5 in the heavyweight division. Look at this. Waldo Cortes Acosta, number 5. What were you ranked at the beginning of the year, Waldo?
I ranked in the beginning of the year like number 14, I think.
Okay,
14.
look at you. You're number 5. So how far away do you think you are from the champion at the top? How many more fights?
I think I'm one more fight. I think can get him.
Who do you think makes most sense?
I don't know. I think about it like a Curtis play, but I don't know. Maybe I want to fight with Curtis play, but I don't know. Maybe pushing me for the beast. What's his name?
Derek Lewis.
Derek Lewis.
That's fun.
Yeah, this would be fun for me.
Why Curtis Blades more? Why do you want Curtis Blades?
Because Curtis Blades, is hanging like fighting with the Tom Espinal, and they have like a supposed to be like a two fight, have one problem, one for the knee, and after that Espinal win, like knock him out him. I think the him pushing me like be the next opportunity, can get opportunity to get the title.
Okay, and you think you win that fight and then you get title shot?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and who do you think wins, Tom Aspinall or Cyril Gane? They're probably gonna do a rematch. Who do you think wins?
I don't know. I think the Tom Aspinall, a little worried about sit again, and this fight is looking amazing, looking more other level. Can Espinal expect, and I see that job connected like a very good, and I see that Tom Espinal like a taste the blood too early in the round. I think that for that reason, it hang like a push it like a try not fight no more after the poke the eye.
So you think that if they meet again, you think Cyril wins?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Wow. Okay. Cyril Gane, so he'll be the champion that you'll face. Or are you hoping, did we lose him? We might have lost. Okay, we'll get him back. Salsa boy. By the way, I wanted to ask, is GC there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Is there anything you want to say to him? Should I tag you? No, you sure?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like...
I support from back here.
No, you don't want to say
I don't need to say
hey, like,
No.
I'm on board or...
Yeah. He knows I'm on board.
You don't want
He
to say
retweeted my tweet. He
thank
retweeted
you.
my tweet that said, "We are taking over the heavyweight division."
Okay, all right.
Me and him in the cage.
All right. I just want to make sure that's right.
Nah.
You were the ref, right, for that
Yeah,
fight?
yeah.
That's right. Sorry. All right.
I don't need to glaze. I
you're
support
right.
from afar.
You're not a D1 Glazer. No one would ever accuse you of...
guy's a D1 Glazer, bro.
Times where I glaze, just not here.
No, I get it. Waldo Cortes Acosta going to join us in a matter of seconds or rejoin us because I have a couple other questions. Fascinating guy. I didn't realize that he was going through so much from a personal standpoint. Our old friend, Mr. Hokett, has been saying that he'd like to fight him. Josh Hokett saying that he'd add another 0 and I'll fight him tomorrow, meaning if they add a 0 to the contract, I can fight him tomorrow. By the way, not for nothing, Cortes Acosta with the abs there at the weigh-ins after all that flying. You guys let me know when he's back. Hopefully his phone didn't die. I hope we don't have to do this again with like the Armin thing. Okay, whew. We're going to have to do a Thanksgiving special, this, that, and the other. Would not be good. Is he back? Hello, Waldo.
Oh, sorry. And I have like a lot of lucky have a lot of fun.
No problem, no problem.
Have like a fight my the kids have the phone and they call the mom and me at the same time.
I'll let you go in a second, but what about Josh Hokett? Do you see he said he wanted to fight you? This guy Josh, who had a big win, he said add another 0 and I'll fight him tomorrow. He wants to fight you on either December 6th or December 13th.
Oh, this is the Incredible Hulk. This is John.
Yeah, he trained with him a little bit. Big guy. He does funny interviews like Chael Sonnen.
Okay, be good, but I need he got inside the UFC fighting a couple times and
sure.
I see him.
He's new. I got you.
Yeah, probably interesting anywhere.
By the way, are you going to fight one more time this year? Do you think you're going to fight December 6th or 13th?
I don't care what UFC have it for me. I can fight the 6th and the 13th. I'll be ready for both those shows. You know.
Anything yet? Any offers yet? Any possibility?
No offers yet, but I think maybe it's possible. But I think it's confirmed. Maybe have something for the January 24.
Ooh, okay, big show.
Yeah, a big show.
Against who? Against who, Waldo? Against who?
I think maybe Derek Lewis or something.
Oh, I like it, Waldo. I like it. You like that?
I like it. I love it.
Okay. Waldo, I have to say, I have a lot of love for Dominicanos. I love Dominicanos. You know why? Because I love baseball, and my favorite players are always Dominican. Moises Alou, Felipe Alou, Pedro Martinez, Vladimir Guerrero, and now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You know Vladimir Guerrero Jr.?
Yeah, I love this guy.
Amazing guys. And you're from Dominican, and you used to play baseball, right? You were a part of the Cincinnati Reds. That's you.
Yeah, this is me.
Amazing. Pitcher?
Yeah, pitcher.
So what happened?
Oh, they happened in that situation with me how to release the Cincinnati because I have a seizure, I have a Tommy John. But after that I go to recover to Dominican Republic. I have one friend, the pitcher too. He have I think problem for the him marriage or the him girlfriend, something like that. And I try animate him for the be happiness or something like that. And they have a situation there that my mom have in the hospital too, have a delicate situation at that time. Him talking shit about my mom. The human here, and I have a feeling it's irrespectable, and I go back and fighting with him and smash the head.
Oh my!
Almost killing him for the one punch. The right hand, the same thing. After that I got excuses to him, excuses to the team, but the team related to release me and give me free to the other teams.
Wow! And that was it? No more baseball after that?
No. Wait a minute. After that, I passed 4 months in the home training. The Japanese people try a signing and pitcher the same. I threw a 94, 95 miles still. They were recovering that time.
Yeah.
I have a situation with my ex-wife go for me over there, have appointment in the consul, I remember, and they have opportunity. Got assigned to the Japan or coming here to the United States. And I decided coming here to the United States.
Okay. And did you have any background in fighting? Did you do martial arts or anything like that?
No, I don't have nothing at all. I training everything after the me finish available over here. But I created my heart. I have a very hard the little kid because I fighting a lot in the street, and I not scare anybody, anyone. This is me.
And so, who introduces you to MMA after all of this?
While me coming here to the United States, I passed almost 3, 4, 5 months. not doing nothing, I'm getting bigger. I got like almost 280 pounds. I decided to go to the gym. I try to do something because I play football first, and I know getting good with it because I know speak English well, and that time I know understand the play and everything. I get a little upset. I retired for like a 4 month. I do only like try to get work and cooking for the kids, pay attention to the house because I know how to work in that time. I got decided to go to the one gym. There's a UFC gym in that time, like in 2014, 15. I go there. The people see me. I'm bigger and everything, faster. But I know how I like a technique for the throw punches, nothing at all. I decided to do is start like a grappling jiu-jitsu. I started with this one. I found the one course the boxing in there, and they told me, hey, you'll be learning boxing in 1 year, like you start breathing with throw punches and everything like that. And the guy no expect that. After 3 months, I start like a evolution and totally, and the grappling and the fight and the striking. One of those coaches told me, "Hey, I have one fight MMA, and a couple months you wanna join it." He said, "Yeah, for sure, I wanna fight." For that reason, I try training. I know training for only for look nice or something like that. I wanna fight, and I got in a fight. My first in amateur, I passed like almost 30 seconds. In that fight, I knocked him out the guy, and the whole fight is be like that. I knock him out everybody in the amateur with my right hand.
Incredible. And you're doing it now as well. You know, it's crazy. You had the fight in Qatar, and I'm sure you remember this. It was such a quick fight. Actually, the referee in that fight in Qatar, he works on our show, and he's big fan of yours. You know this guy? He's big fan of yours. You know this guy here? This guy from the... God damn.
Yo, I was talking to Rick, and I did not realize you were tossing to me, and he got out. Oh, fuck.
What the
I did not hear you tossing to me. I had no idea what was happening.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. What the hell? Waldo, we have the guy. Wait, where is he?
I know. I
turn your phone. Your phone is upside down, sideways. Yes. There it is. This guy. You know this guy.
I reffed your fight on Saturday.
He's the referee.
Wait a minute. No.
This is the guy. You know the guy.
Yeah, I see the guy. I get very friendly to him, but look more skinny in the fight.
A little skinnier. Why you get frustrated?
Now, because.
No, why are you frustrated with the referee in the fight? This guy.
No, I'm not frustrated.
I'm not the referee.
He looks like him. He looks like.
No, I know, but it's look like.
Yes.
I look just like him. I'm the president of Salsa Boy Nation.
He loves you. He loves you. Big fan. And by the way,
thank you.
In New York, you spend time in New York?
Yeah, I spent time in New York because I have my mom, my dad, and my sister go over there to see my fight in New Jersey.
Where can we get manju? Where can we? Mango. Where do we get mango?
Mango you can get in the old restaurant, the Dominican Republic in
the Bronx?
In New York. In the Bronx.
In the Boogie Down. Okay. I love it. Yeah. We're going to go. Yes, I love it. Salsa Boy, you're the man. Congratulations on all your success. Thank you for coming on. Continued success. Hopefully we see you soon. And then hopefully 2026, title shot, Salsa Boy.
Thank you, sir.
All the best to you. Thank you so much. There he is, Waldo Cortes Acosta. Man, I tried to get Connor there and I failed miserably. Well, the internet.
I mean, you've set me up beautifully with and then it goes Yuri and now this. He's sitting there and he's like.
Actually, I think for a second,
and I was just like, I didn't know what to do because I was on camera and my mic was on, but I wanted to look at Andy and be like, please, God, cut away from it.
No. That was the plan. In retrospect, what we should have done.
Is that the?
Yeah, is that the guy?
Just a little skinny.
That neck of his. I wanted to ring it, the pencil neck geek. We should have had the side-by-side of the actual ref putting his arm up, but I was afraid you would have seen them getting that ready, and you would have been skeptical of what was transpiring. So I left it at that. And then, of course, we get the shot of death when the phone dies, and it's like
like triple bombs.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, it was worth a shot, and what a great guy. What a great story. Didn't know about a lot of that. January 24th. Okay, let's move along. Still to come, 4:00, my friends. Wing C is going to join us to talk about his devastating loss at APFC. We'll answer some more questions, and then we shall call it a week here over at Uncrowned HQ. It is Thanksgiving, after all, but very excited to talk to our next guest. His name, the nickname is the Axeman, Alfie Davis, who is 25-1 in mixed martial arts. Had a great record in Bellator between 2017 and 2024, 8-1-1, but he has really come into his own this past year, 2025, in the PFL lightweight tournament. In fact, he was considered an underdog, I do believe, in every single one of his fights in the tournament, but in the end, he ended up winning. He ended up winning the tournament, and he ended up punching his ticket to a massive fight against Usman Nurmagomedov. You may recall Usman essentially calling him out after he beat Paul Hughes in October, saying, who's this good-looking guy? Who's this good-looking guy? Tell him he's next. And, of course, he was talking about Alfie Davis, who is kind enough to join us on this Wednesday evening. There he is. Hello, Alfie. How are you?
Hello. How are you, buddy? You good?
I'm doing great, and I do want to apologize to you off the top. I didn't realize when we booked this that your beloved Arsenal is playing right now in Champions League against Bayern Munich, so I apologize for taking you away from that.
Yeah, that's all right, buddy. Don't worry. I'll catch up with it after.
Okay, fair enough. I did happen to stumble upon, when I posted that you were going to be on, a message that you sent me in 2017, Alfie. Do you remember this? You sent me a message in 2017 saying, "Hi, Ariel, was wondering if you could share my KO from Bellator 179 this Friday. I was a swing bout and was at the very end of the night. The production team messed up and packed away all the cameras, so I didn't get any professional video of the fight." How about that? You've come a long way since then, Alfie. 8 years.
I know, yeah. To be honest, that's still arguably my best knockout, and arguably one of the best knockouts ever in MMA. It was a beautiful back kick KO. I basically hit a spinning and hook kick, and then went back kick. I've not really seen many knockouts like that in MMA. I have got mobile footage.
So you don't have you weren't able to get the professional footage? Like they weren't rolling any cameras?
No, they packed away the cameras.
That is crazy.
It was, obviously I was well upset, but yeah, what can you do about it?
It's all worked out. When you consider that and how long the journey has been, your pro debut 2014, amateur debut 2013, you have been at this for quite some time, and I know a lifelong journey in martial arts. To see how the year has culminated for you with that belt, with the tournament championship, with Usman calling you out and that fight on the books for 2026, February 7th to be exact. How are you processing all of this?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's been a long time coming, but this year has been, unbelievable, to be honest with you. It's been life-changing, not just terms of my career and winning a world title and now fighting for another world title, but just financially. And this is kind of what I dreamed about when I started MMA. I was like, in a few years' time, I'm going to be earning decent amount of money and be a world champ. But it just took me, like 10, I think probably 12 years to do it. But the dream's still there. Was there ever a period where you thought it wouldn't turn out this way, that it wouldn't culminate with all of this, and that you would have to do something else? Yeah, 100%. I mean, even as last year, I lost a bout to a guy called Mansour Banui. I was very close to retiring, and then I got offered this tournament, and I was like, all right, this is my last ditch saloon, and changed a few things up. Really focused on what I was doing week. And then, I was the underdog in every single fight for the tournament. But I don't think they knew the joker I had of how well I've been training and what had changed. And, come out and won every single fight. Wow, that's unbelievable. You were close to retiring. How close? Yeah, very close. I was looking at different jobs. I was researching if I should go study. Yeah, it was very close. I mean, I didn't, yeah, have it fully in mind because I still enjoyed the training, but it was nearly there.
What do you think you would have done ultimately if you did in fact decide to retire? What would you be doing now?
I still don't know. I still don't know what I'll do now. Yeah, I mean, I always thought that I'd coach or I don't know, but I quite like the idea of a job where it's like 9 to 5 and you finish, because like yeah, like being a full-time athlete and constantly thinking about your next fight. It's just you're always on the ball. I'm always watching MMA. Like every single weekend, I think my wife's upset with me. I'll be trying to watch the next fight or a fight that's been on. Every night I get in, she'll want to watch something on the TV. I'm there on my phone, like watching fights from before or watching like kickboxing fights. So it takes over your life.
Sure.
And I mean, yeah, I love it. But equally, I kind of like the idea of when it's done to just switch off.
Do you think you are close to being done? Like, is it possible you have this fight with Usman, you win that belt, and then you ride off into the sunset? Or have you found a newfound love for the sport and now aren't thinking about retirement anymore?
Yeah, now I'm sort of in a different place. I mean, I get to do what I love because I love it. I mean, before it was mainly to do financially. I was 32 years of age. I didn't really have any money. I earned a bit of money coaching, but I really had some lifelong goals that I wanted to achieve. And financially, I wasn't going to be able to do it. So I was going to try and get a more higher paying job. But since I won the tournament and I mean, it's good money, so I've earned some decent money that I can be stable on for the next few years, and then there's more money to be had. You know, I'm a prize fighter, and Usman Nurmagomedov's going to get it, so I can get some more money, and then I'll take out the rest of the PFL division.
You just mentioned your opponent's name, and you mentioned it the way in which you say it online. Why do you call him that? His name obviously is Usman Nurmagomedov, but you call him something different. Why?
Yeah, he quite likes a nut shot, you know. He quite likes a bollock shot. So I call him Usman Nurmagomedov. I think he probably nicked it off Paul Hughes or some of his other opponents. So I got to make sure I get a nice good cut so he doesn't nick my bollock too.
Just curious, since you are a connoisseur, I thought Paul may have won the first. I thought the second was very close. I'm totally okay with the 48-47 for Usman. I thought the 50-45 was completely absurd. How did you score those two bouts?
I think that, again, I've been studying him quite a bit. I think the first fight, Paul Hughes definitely did win. I mean, especially with the new scoring system and how damage is scored, I think Paul did the more damage and Usman was looking for a way out. In saying that, the second bout, I think that Usman adapted quite well. And I think just from his control time on the back and sort of his grappling element, I think he did win. But I think he lost the first. So, yeah, that was just my take on it.
When he won the second, Usman, and actually mentioned you in the cage, were you expecting that or were you surprised by that?
I was half expecting it because I was a tournament champ and I beat his teammate, you know. Like some people are calling me the Daggy killer because I go after the Dagestanis. But I thought I'd get something. There was a few other names in the hat, but they haven't really done much in PFL. So I was definitely the front runner. I didn't expect him to call me this handsome guy though. And originally the fight was due to be on Valentine's Day. I don't know if you knew that. It's recently changed. So
wow.
I know he's got some hold over the judges, but I didn't think he was going to try and schedule the fight to be on Valentine's Day as well after calling me handsome. But you never know. You never know what's going on in people's heads, you know?
Okay, I like it. So what do you make of that? Do you think that there is something to the notion that he gets some home cooking when fighting over there in the Middle East?
It's hard to say. I wouldn't want to blame it on the judges, but what I will say, home crowd advantage is real in all sports. So especially if like he hits a kick and the crowd goes rah, I think judges can be affected by this, you know. Especially I remember in the first Paul Hughes fight, he had his back and was kneeing him and there was loud shouts for these like knees that weren't doing any damage. So I think that can sway the judges. I wouldn't say that the judges are like in on it and there's corruption because ultimately I think they're American or other nationalities, but I do think home crowd advantage is real. So yeah, but I have a few fans traveling over and they're quite loud, so hopefully they'll make some noise for me, and yeah, we'll see what cooks on the night.
Obviously he comes from a great family, a great team. Do you consider him as good or could be as good as the likes of Khabib and Islam and those guys at the very top?
I think he's definitely got a really nice skill set. I mean, he's well rounded in every aspect. What I will say is that Khabib and Islam have got this wrestling pedigree and this just ability to control people that I don't think even any of the Dagestanis I've seen being able to do it. So, like, even in the recent UFC events, you're seeing some of the Dagestanis being proved to be human. Obviously, I beat a Dagestani, and there's this aura about them that they're unbeatable, which I actually think the second generation, unfortunately, haven't got it. I do think that Khabib and Islam are amazing athletes, and they'd be really hard to kill. But I think Usman, he hasn't quite got that. But what he has got is a good variety in his skill set. So that's definitely something I have to prepare for. But in terms of that Dagestani wrestling and that skill, I don't think he's got it.
Some fighters say afterwards, or some fighters say from afar, that they get intimidated by the Dagestani presence, or as you put it, and that's part of their undoing. How do you not get sucked into that? How do you not fall for that trap? Come February, come fight week, you're doing the face-offs. They're a stoic bunch. They're an intimidating bunch. They have a presence. How do you not fall for that?
I mean, the good news is that I beat his teammate last time, so that's definitely some more confidence. But also, I've competed in martial arts for years. I've competed internationally a lot, and you just realise that people are human, and no matter where they're from and who they've had behind them, it's them in the cage, and how many hours have they put in? What have they done in the gym? What practices have they done? How have they thought about their practice? Are they smart training? Are they overtraining? All these aspects that I think over the years of me being obsessed with the sport, I've come to perfect, especially in the last year. I've really come into my stride. And I don't know that he's definitely had that perfection just yet. I think he's got the ability to be there. As I said, I think he's got an amazing skill set, but I don't think he's there yet. And that's what I'm willing to prove in February.
Speaking of that journey, I mean, we've seen some photos of you as a youngster competing in kickboxing, like super young. I think this is kickboxing. Let me know if not, or perhaps this is some sort of sport karate. What is this? And how did you get into martial arts way back when?
Yeah, it is kickboxing, but kickboxing's like umbrella term for basically the style. Obviously, there's many styles within kickboxing, but I competed in a style called light continuous, which is kind of poorly named because it's never really light, but it's just mat kickboxing. I also competed in points fighting, which is some styles that you'll see like Wonderboy Thompson, Michael Page. They've crossed over into MMA well. But then I was within the same competitions, but then fighting in light continuous, which have some similarities to Taekwondo also. And I got into that. I basically, when I was younger, I used to watch like Jean-Claude Van Damme films.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be going around the house, like closing cupboards and practicing the kicks. And then my mum just said one day, you need to get out of the house and do this. So there was a magazine back in Enfield called Everyone's a Winner. I still remember the page, and I was like, right, I'm starting this up. And then, from there on, I never gave up.
You know, it's interesting. I'm looking at you holding that belt, and you are getting this title shot in large part because you won that tournament and won that belt. As you know, PFL doing away with the tournaments come 2026. How do you feel about that?
I really like the tournament structure, to be honest with you. I like the idea of a season and having the fights back to back. I mean, I'm quite lucky that I don't take a lot of damage in fights, and I rarely get injured. I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm and also in kickboxing world, I used to fight tournaments all the time, so I really enjoyed it. But equally, I understand from a marketing standpoint, it can be confusing with the different titles and all of that. But I still wear this belt proudly because when I beat Rabadanov, he was actually ranked higher than Nurmagomedov in a lot of places. So I think I'm the real champ, really, and he should be fighting me for the belt.
I love that you say that you hold it proudly and that you are proud of it. I do believe you have fought once in KSW, right? And you lost somewhat of a controversial split decision on the night. True or false, you were presented with a trophy after that fight, and because you were so disgusted with the judges, you actually put the trophy in the toilet. Did you not?
That actually wasn't me. That was that was my former coach that did that. But I did get the blame for it, and it went quite viral in Polish media. So yeah, I sort of went along with it. But yeah, no, that was my former coach that did it. He didn't like losing as well.
Why'd you let him do that? That's your trophy, not his.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I did say that I was leaving the. I may have even thrown the trophy or like just left it in the changing room, and then I think that picture he took. But I remember them holding my wages for a while for that, so I was quite upset at the time because I thought, oh no, I'm not going to get paid because of this. But yeah, I would like to claim that it was me, but it wasn't me. I was definitely upset from losing, but it wasn't me.
My understanding is that trophy still exists. Would you like it back?
It depends if they've cleaned it.
Yeah,
down that toilet, you know. I mean, and also as a second place trophy, when you got a belt like this, I mean, to be honest, and also I had over 150 trophies from my kickboxing days, and when I moved into my house, I basically got rid of them because they were just collecting dust. So as long as I got the belt, and then I'm going to have another belt on here, when I beat Huja Nikabolikov, I think that. That'll be good enough for me, and just defend them a bunch.
What'd you do with the trophies? Like when you say you got rid of them, what did you threw them out? You sold them?
Yeah, I've still got some medals. Like I competed in the worlds and got silver medals, so I kept that. I actually kept my I had a British nice British title, Wacko one. I kept that, and then a K1 one that I had as well. So I've got a few belts, but about the over 150 that I had, I had to throw them out. They were like, I still had some trophies from when I played football as a 8-year-old. So
wow.
I don't know if that'd be good to show to everyone.
You know, it's a part of the journey. I get it. You mentioned your former coach, and you mentioned earlier in the chat that, you know, new team and perhaps a new perspective helped change. Correct me if I'm wrong, you were with London Shoot Fighters, but now I do believe that you are being coached by the great Brad Pickett, right? With his team over there?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
Why'd you make that switch?
Well, actually, I initially started with Brad and a guy called Mickey Pappas. When I first started my career, I had my first 4 professional fights under them. And there wasn't much of a team back then, and London Shoot were making big waves. I also knew Michael Page because we fought each other in a kickboxing bout from years before, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to transition over. So I transitioned over. I had some good times there, some great coaching, but ultimately I felt the style of coaching I was receiving at Shoot Fighters wasn't for me at this stage of my career. They were... especially the head coach is very autocratic in his approach, whereas I felt like as I got older I needed more of a democratic style of coaching. And Brad's he's like your mate but your coach, you know, so we get along very well. And and he's just helped me so much since moving there, not just in terms of like stylistically but also just as a person, and helping me to perform under the lights, really.
Have great respect and admiration for One Punch Brad Pickett, one of the legends of the game, Great Britain top team. I know he's doing great things over there, so love to see that you're with them. I'm sort of beating around the bush here, Alfie. The main thing that we haven't talked about that we must talk about is your mate who got the tattoo of you on his calf, I do believe. And we've had a little bit of fun with this because not only did he include you on the tattoo, he kept Don Davis on there, which to me is a very interesting choice. Your reaction when you found out about this, and could you tell us about who this individual is who got the tattoo?
Yeah, that's George. We went nursery together. We grew up together, man. So we're like, we're basically brothers. I mean, he was just, I love him for it. He's just so proud of, we grew up together through many trials and tribulations. And he was as happy as me when I won the belt, you know. So he decided he wanted to get a tattoo. I mean, I wouldn't say that I wasn't I was definitely surprised when it happened, but he's just a great mate. And then Don Davis was in the photo, but it's actually quite applicable because we both got the same second name and we're both Dons. So he's got two Dons on his leg, you know.
That is, I mean, I'd like to think I have some good friends as well. I don't think any of them are getting my greatest achievement, at least to date, tattooed on their leg that prominently. Like that is next level friendship right there.
Well, you haven't won a PFL world title, buddy.
No, I haven't. I clearly have not.
Maybe if you do, it might come out the woodwork.
Golly, that is I mean, have you done anything in return for this great gesture? Like, how do you even repay someone with, with that, that kind of honor?
Yeah, I mean, we've had many good times together. But he's actually, the PFL done me a favor, to be fair, because he's getting VIP treatment to the next fight. He's getting VIP. He's getting flown out there. He's getting all expenses paid for. Mainly for getting Don Davis tattooed on him.
I love it.
I think because I was on there as well.
Brilliant move. And shout out to the PFL for doing that. I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it for life, if I'm being 100% honest. I think he once actually was a cornerman of yours, right?
Yeah, so he become my bucket boy. I mean, he's not a trainer by any means, but I fought out in Wichita, and he was one of the only friends. He was my only friend that flew out there for it, and I was going to get him a ticket to the event, and then I thought, actually, you're allowed 3 cornermen, so he might as well come in there. What I will say, he's quite loud, so I was quite worried about him saying the wrong thing or trying to coach me. So I had to make sure that he definitely wasn't going to coach me. And then when we got past that barrier, he was good to have in the corner. Ultimately, when I won, he put me on his shoulders, and it was quite an emotional time.
I love that. I love that. You appear to be a blessed man. You have so much going for you right now with the tournament belt around your shoulder there. You've got the big fight coming up, the success that you've had as of late. Great friend as well. I would say what to me makes you seem like the richest man in the world was the scene that I saw when you landed and your wife and 2 children were there waiting for you. Can you describe what this moment is like as you are coming home as tournament champion? It gives me chills just looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing greater than that, like this is all for fun, like fighting and stuff, but having children and they don't even know I fight, to be honest with you. I always say I'm going to work. If I ever get a black eye, I say I fell over. Eventually I will tell them, but they're still quite young, so I'm just trying not to expose them to them too early. But them running towards me, it was more the time away, when I have a week away and then they run towards me, that's what got me very emotional. But maybe when they're older, they might be proud of the fact that their dad's done something like this. But either way, I'm not too bothered. But it's just, it's lovely to have kids and a beautiful wife like that.
Are you going to encourage them to follow down the same martial arts path that you went down?
I think for a self-defense aspect, yes. I think some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, maybe some kickboxing, but as for competition, I'm not sure. I think I need to leave that up to them. It takes quite a personality to get in the cage and fight. I don't think it's for everyone. I don't know. I mean, I have reasons for doing it. Like maybe some reasons that I could get over, but I don't know if I want my children to go through the life of being a fighter. I mean, there's definitely some highs with it, but there's some also lows, and there's definitely easier careers and easier sports, So if they could become a professional football player or, I don't know, professional tennis and not get brain damaged and punched in the head,
sure, then
I'll definitely opt for that. But in terms of self-defense, I think in this day and age it's required. I definitely think all children should really be doing some jiu-jitsu and a bit of boxing at least.
I agree. Love everything that you just said. Congratulations on all your success. Great to finally meet you. Great to finally have you on the program. Congrats on a tremendous 2025. Good luck in your preparation for the big Usman Nurmagomedov fight. Again, it goes down February 7th in Dubai. 2 title fights on that card. They just announced Dakota Ditcheva on the card as well. So it looks like this new era starting off with a bang. And it's 1-1 at halftime. So we didn't take up too much of your time.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll get back on it.
Yeah, and hopefully...
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on, buddy. I've been a fan for a while. So I'm glad that I've finally made it.
You certainly have, and you have for quite some time. Thank you so much, Alfie. All the best to you, and looking forward to the next chat.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
There he is, Alfie Davis, kind enough to join us, the Axeman. We didn't get into it, but the reason why he is known as the Axeman is because he actually landed an axe kick in a fight many, many moons ago. I think we might have it. Here it is, UCMMA. Here's Alfie. You're about to see him land a tremendous axe kick now. Bang!
Fucking hell.
I mean, Oban, you nailed it, my friend. That's Booker T-esque. The man's got some style. A fun matchup, and it's going to be interesting because a guy like Alfie is a byproduct of the tournament, and now I'm curious to see how this fight goes. I'm into it. I like the backstory. I like his vibe. I like everything about him. I'm a proponent of moving away from the tournament. He maybe doesn't get this opportunity if he doesn't win the tournament and go on that run. And so let's see how PFL deals with this new era. I think the new era is going to be a net positive, but the Alfie Davis type of tournament winners that are going to emerge from the shadows aren't going to be at their disposal. So let's see how they build up new contenders and new stars. One more guest, my friends, before we say goodbye to the guest, but we'll still answer some more questions, so have no fear. His name is Malcolm Schuyler. I do hope that I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. 6-2 amateur record. If I'm being 100% honest, we don't typically have amateur fighters with no pro fights on their resume on the program. I did happen to see that this young man, nicknamed Winged C, competed on the APFC card on Sunday in Albuquerque. And obviously there was a lot of attention on this card because Gable Steveson was competing in his second pro MMA bout on the night. He fought in the main event and was obviously very successful and victorious. We've spoken about him a lot this week. But Wing C, aka Malcolm, was very entertaining, and that led me down a deep dive into who this man is and what his background is, and perhaps I was exposed to him and saw that he was doing a lot of stuff with Demetrius Johnson, who obviously I have a ton of respect for, and they've even done some training before, and he's had some street beef competitions as well. In case you're unfamiliar with his work, here's a quick little snippet just to whet the appetite. If we have just any type of highlight, yeah, there he is. There's Wing C doing his thing. He comes out with wings. A little dancing, a little styling, a little profiling. Very entertaining, moving, and grooving. I do believe it is pronounced Skylar, so I apologize for that. Look at that one-punch knockout. So a very interesting and entertaining and fascinating fellow. Look at that. A little Booker T, a little Spinaroonie, dare I say. Wanted to learn more about this young man, and so without further ado, let us say hello to Malcolm Schuyler, who is kind enough to join us, aka Wing C. There he is.
Seems you recognize my aura. Nice to meet you, Ariel. You butchered my name.
I am sorry.
I don't even go by my government name. The real name's Winged C. And that's all you should know.
How are you?
What's up, buddy? I'm awesome. I just took a crappy loss, but it's more to the storyline, so I just have to train harder.
No, I get it. And I love the setup. I love the wings. I love the yes. I love the vibe. What does it say on your Billy the Bully over there? What does that say? Lust demon.
I was trying to, it's my lust demon because young men struggle with it. And I hate it. And so it pumps me up when I'm training. But I don't know how to mirror my footage because I got a bunch of funny stuff written off on that board. But you can't even read it.
No, I can. Do not talk about the 14th Amendment. What's the 14th Amendment?
It's the 19th.
Ah, damn it. What is the 19th Amendment?
It was our biggest blunder. It's when we allowed them to vote.
Who?
The women.
Oh dear.
Oh, our biggest blunder, chat. Everything's gone wrong since then.
You don't believe that, do you?
Come on. Ariel, come on.
By the way, welcome to Zoom. I know you're not a big fan of Zoom. You were a big proponent for doing this on Discord.
I'm a fan of Discord. I don't really like the Chinese servers.
Okay, I understand. Why do they call you Wing C?
Oh, that's a good question. Back in the 6th grade, it was divinely revealed to me. It was actually when Instagram first came out.
Wow.
And I was deciding a username, and and I made a normal one for the public servers, and I made it Malcolm656. But then I needed something to talk about anime because it was still ostracized back then. So I made Winged Cyndaquil, and that was my first ever gamer tag, first ever internet alias. But I shortened it to Winged C, and I've been Winged C ever since.
And
it's
thus
also symbolic.
Why symbolic?
Because I have a problem with authority. You probably could tell in my clips that you did a deep dive on.
Sure.
But wings, they're the freest thing out there, baby. And no one's going to be able to tie me down. No celestial dragons, no parents. I'm in my mom's basement right now. But I just have a real big problem with conforming to rules set by people.
Were you always like this, even as a kid?
Yeah. Dropped out of school, by the way.
How old were you when you dropped out?
17.
Oh, okay. So what were you in, like 12th grade?
I was a junior. I was a little bit old for my grade. I think it was junior or sophomore year. I kind of forget. The storyline has changed so much.
Sure. Do you walk around with the wings?
Yeah, I have a smaller set of wings, but this one's only for you, Ariel.
I appreciate it. No, they're extravagant, but like you go out and about, you go to a restaurant, you're out with your friends, you walk around like this?
Yeah. Should I what's it called? Should I show up to my girlfriend's Thanksgiving in wings too?
I don't know. How do her parents feel about that?
I don't know. They don't even. It's the first time I'm meeting them, and they don't even know I have a head tattoo yet. So I guess we'll find out.
Do you have a head tattoo?
Oh, you haven't done your research, Ariel. Come on now, bad boy.
I have, but sometimes I ask questions that I know the answers to. I just want to see you show it to us. Oh my dear.
I've burned the boats on normal life. Stardom's the only career path for me now.
Is that a real tattoo?
Chat, come on. Would I just have this painted on my head?
It kind of looks like it's painted, to be honest.
Nuh-uh.
Seriously, like rub it, like do like a little smudge. Wow. When did you get that?
I got it a couple months ago now. It was in 2025, and the voices in my head, they were yapping, and I couldn't stop them. And my coworker was like, "No, bro, do not get it." I was telling him about it. I'm like, "No, dude, God's calling me to it. I need it, chat." And so I ended up getting it, and then a couple of things started happening, and now I'm on your show. So I guess it was all part of the divine plan.
Sure. And how long did that take?
Took around like 7 hours the first pass. It was kind of painful, but it wasn't that bad. The most painful one was, ready?
Yes. Oh dear. Oh wow.
That one hurt a lot.
It's a little Peyton Talbot-esque with the circle on your stomach.
Okay, bro. Oh my goodness. I knew people were going to say, I remember when I first saw Peyton Talbot, I texted him. There's a DM.
Oh.
I'll send producer the DM when we make clips of this. Because we both got the tattoo at the same time. We both got the circle tattoo at the same time. I texted him. I'm like, bro, when did you get that? He's like, 6 months ago, and I just got mine like 4 months ago in like 2023. So like we got it within like 3 months of each other in, I think, in the year of like 2020. No, either in 2024 or 2023. And I just knew people were gonna say that I was copying his swag, but I think I had the idea first.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you thought that he was maybe swagger jacking you.
Yeah, I think he is. I want to fight him, though. Even though we're not the same weight, I think it would be a pretty cool main character clash.
Do you consider yourself a main character or NPC?
Come on now. What NPC dresses like me?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. What does the head tattoo represent?
The tattoos? Well,
no, the head one. Let's start with the head one. What does it represent?
The head one is styled after an angelic halo because I believe in the one true king of the world, the king of all kings, Jesus Christ. And I wanted it to be similar to like an angel because when I created Wing C, I thought that angel wings were dope. So I wanted it to be symbolic of that. And I just wanted to put some symbols on it. So I put like this, I spent some time designing it, and I ended up with this like diamond-esque shaped thing.
Okay. And then what does the circle represent? By the way, are you wearing pajama pants?
Yeah. I was planning on getting naked for you. You want to see it now?
No, I'm good. Okay, well, okay, now you've got the whole getup. Yeah, because that's more consistent, I think, with what you're wearing.
Mm-hmm. Max, I just wanted to get naked on stream.
I appreciate that. What is the circle?
My butt cheek wings. Butt cheek wings.
What does the circle represent on your stomach?
Ooh, that's a lot of lore. So I'm gonna. Have you ever seen Bleach, Ariel?
Like the product?
No, the anime.
Oh no, I don't watch anime.
Oh my goodness, bro! All right, I'll enlighten you.
Okay, thank you.
So Bleach is made by Tite Kubo. Amazing show. It's part of the big three of the like best anime kind of in existence, not objectively, but just the most popular. And this is reminiscent of a hollow circle. And hollows were an enemy in Bleach that were like spirits in a sense. And they were spiritual enemies that were given this circle because they were chained down to earth. And then you have people like Soul Reapers, which were the people that would go and like help them attain heaven. And by slashing off their chain, which usually there was a chain that would follow their hollow circle that would chain them down to the earth. And this chain was a metaphysical chain that it could have been some type of regret. It could have been some type of depression that kept them chained to the earth and not able to ascend to heaven. And I just really liked the metaphorical artistic portrayal of not being able to go to that next life because something is tying you down that you didn't do in your past life, so much so that I chose to put it on my body. Because I think we as people can relate to that extensively. We all do things. We all have free will, yet we choose to do freaking nothing with it. We're all born, and I hate it.
And what's the cross represent? Stop.
The cross is just how much I felt that even though I wanted to be an anime character, the one who gives me my storyline is Jesus Christ and God. And I had to have some type of Christian symbolism on my being as an anime character. So that way my story could be heard even in the heavens.
So you're 24, right?
Yeah.
Do you think at some point...
I'm on chat.
Do you think at some point when you're like maybe as old as I am that you may regret some of these tattoos, especially the one that is so prominent on your face?
Come on now. Wanksy never regrets his decision.
Okay.
I do. Not the tattoos. They'll only be part of my story. Now, drinking chocolate milk when I have like a week left in weigh-ins, I will regret that decision. But tattoos, never. I think they'll be cool. They'll be like, there'll be some like young bulls that'll see my tattoos. Maybe I might be a little bit more saggy, but I'm still going to be working out. And they'll be like, yo, what was that?
Respect, yeah.
And then I'll tell them, and I'll sit down like Jiraiya, and I'll be like, let me tell you the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. But it'll just be the tale of Wing C. And then I'll just tell them the coolest story ever.
When you mentioned the chocolate milk, I thought we had something in common because I don't like to have fruit after dinner, so I always regret that when I have it.
Yeah.
Well, why are you putting it back on?
A little bit similar.
Why are you putting the thing back on your head?
It's part of my main character costume.
Sorry.
I need to maintain brand identity. Winksy always shows up in the do-rag and the headphones because I'm always listening to music.
What do you like to listen to?
Oh, let me show you. But I had this question the other day in my comments, and if I could define the Winksy playlist, it's anime openings, white girl music, Shakira songs, J-pop and K-pop, and then funk music.
Okay.
That's what I really like. And I just binge watch anime edits and I listen to the songs. But I listen to everything. I don't discriminate what music I listen to.
Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters?
Oh! Of course I have, chat.
Okay.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're starting to yap well.
I think that's the only anime film that I've ever seen.
It's amazing. Did you see my walkout to it?
Oh, yeah. You killed it. You crushed it.
Dude, Israel Adesanya.
Slayed it.
He recognized my aura as well.
He did. Can I ask, how did you get into martial arts?
The voices in my head were telling me to conquer the world. So I figured I'd start with MMA or do terrorism. And it did a coin flip and it went to MMA.
Okay. And when was that?
That was in 2022 when I was crying in my bed because I felt worthless.
Okay. Wow. And then you got into the street beef scene?
Yes, sir.
And how did that career go?
Oh, I can show you.
Wow. There you go. Okay, here it is.
Can you read that?
Street beef record, 22-1.
Read it again. But slowly.
22. There's a big, why is there a big like space in between the dash? Is it 22-2-1? What's going on over there?
Yeah, 22-2-1.
Oh.
Sorry, my black marker got dried out, so I had to start using the blue and red, and it doesn't really show up as good.
Okay. And then AMI record 6-2-1. The big question is, when are you going to go pro?
Seems like that might be on. Seems like it might be time for my storyline to go pro. I just want to fight whenever. And whatever. I've been fighting amateur for a while because I can get the most fights. So maybe this year. I don't know. Maybe it's my time to enter the world stage.
How did you get on the APFC card? That felt like a big deal. Fight Pass, that felt like a coming out party.
I raised up Mighty.
Oh, Mighty got you on there.
He saw my aura and he stuck his arm out for me. W Mighty. He's also filming a documentary about it too.
Oh.
So stay tuned for that, chat.
Well, it was a big opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't go your way. How do you feel about what transpired Sunday night? It seemed like...
I wasn't too fond of how that went, but I guess the author of the storyline needed a defeat for me to make me stronger.
I saw a nice moment with Demetrius consoling you in the back. That had to have felt good.
Wasn't that awesome? That was straight out of an anime.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, he's showing you you're distraught in this moment, right? You seem broken.
Yeah, man, it's beyond the theatrics. There was people there that believed in me, and it's crushing me even more. Like on the way back from the airport, I'm like crying looking at these edits because these people all over the world believe in my journey. And they're supporting me. They're commenting the nicest things. Guys are saying that like I'm like the sun. They that I inspire them. And even the fans. Some guy drove 6 hours to watch me fight. That's probably the coolest thing about the internet is that I have connection with people like that. And I just hope that I can be grateful for them in the way. Dude, it's, this like famous switch like happened in like under a year. So it's so, there's no words. There is no words for me to explain how grateful I am to the author of this storyline and how my gratitude for the people that support me. I'm going to kiss them. I'm just going to, that's what I'm going to do to them. 2 kiss. Bro, that's how I feel for and Wing C fans are the funniest people out there too. Some of them, they be putting like red crosses on their chest. I'm like, I'm gonna kiss you, bro. I love you so much. Wing C fans better statistically than John Jones fans.
It was interesting in that exchange. You alluded to something that you just brought up here. You said, to a degree, I'm paraphrasing, like perhaps if you weren't famous, if you weren't caught up in the fame, things would have gone differently. Do you think it got to your head? Do you think it affected you?
Definitely. People saying, oh, you're the GOAT, you're this.
Well,
it kind of boosts my ego in a way that I really don't need it to. I have holes, I have problems, and I lost. But it did. It went straight to my head.
How do you stop this from happening again? How do you come back down to earth? Not be a mark for your own gimmick, as they say in the biz.
It gets stronger. I challenge everyone. I rise. And I push past my limits. Something like that. Guess we'll figure it out along the way.
Who do you train with?
Lose a couple feathers. I train out of Jiu-Jitsu 1 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. But I might need to acquire some new training partners to help me work on my skills. Because I need a training arc.
Like the films, like the animes. Do you think that it would
Facts.
Do you think it would behoove you to move to Washington and train under Sensei Demetrius? Feels like that's the real arc.
Moving to Washington's kind of hard.
Why?
I like PA. I want to turn Pennsylvania, because we're such a deadly state for wrestling, into the new Dagestan.
Okay. 2-3
But
years.
we're all fragmented. Our MMA scene is kind of fucking weak, and I don't fuck with it. So I want to unite all of them. I want to make us the strongest MMA state in the U.S. so that everybody comes to PA, so that way we can destroy Dagestan and Christian warriors become cool again.
Okay, all right.
I'm tired of those Dagestanis winning.
And which weight class are you competing at right now?
Victim weight, aka 135, but I'm going to start going down to flyweight when I go pro.
Oh, dear.
Because I'm kind of light. I even fought at 145. I just want to fight.
Okay. How do you make money? How do you earn money? You're an amateur. You don't get paid to fight, right?
Oh, I rob homeless men on the street. I extort money from politicians, the works.
No, seriously, because you said your colleague, you told him about your head tattoo. And so, like, where was this?
Oh, that was when I used to work for a job. Oh, the J slur. I didn't mean to use it online.
No, it's all good. But what was that job?
I was a lifeguard.
Oh,
I was a lifeguard, and I was a security guard. I was part-time because I used to be in the trades, and I used to do big boy jobs, but they didn't allow me to train too well because I'd be missing practices. So I went and I did some lifeguarding and some security guarding. I was, in the words of Great Death Sentence, I was an enforcer at multiple different locations. Death Sentence used to be an enforcer at a pizza shop. Fun fact.
Okay, wow. I didn't know pizza shops needed enforcers. I met Death Sentence recently. Have you ever fought him?
No, he's my master, Ariel. Come on.
Death Sentence? I thought that DJ was your master.
Before it's Death Sentence. Okay, I'll show you the hierarchy.
Okay, tell me.
We got Death Sentence, then we got Mighty Mouse, then we got the rest of you side characters down here.
There's no way in hell Death Sentence
is... Baby.
How is Death Sentence above Mighty Mouse? There's no chance. This is part of the problem.
Because he's the GOAT. He's the ruler of all warriors. Come on now,
You're
Ariel.
crazy.
Have you ever opened a book? He's like MMA Shakespeare.
You're right. I saw him at Fight Circus.
He's awesome.
Yeah. What is this move that you're doing here, the gyrating?
It's emoting.
Okay.
That way when they clip this, I look cool, and I aura farm at all times.
Oh, I see. This is like when I'm like picking the characters on Fortnite. This is you just like waiting to get tagged in.
Facts.
Oh.
I don't think they do that. They don't really like. Oh, they have an idle animation, but it's more of like a.
What would your dance be?
Fighting characters are more like they move the whole time, like in Street Fighter or Tekken.
Yes. Oh, I get it now. I get it. What would your thing be? Like, what would your dance be? Like the.
Probably if I had more space, I'd show you, but the aura from my move would be too intense. So I'll just do this bounce instead.
I feel you. Are you really in your mom's basement?
I neglect to answer that question.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with a guy by the name of No Nonsense Keith Peterson?
Yeah, I kind of kicked him.
Yeah, I think you drew his ire.
That's typically how it goes. I'm a bit of a polarizing character.
So what happened here? Let's see this clip. You.
Let's watch the clip.
Okay, let's watch it. Here you are walking in, and then you almost kicked Keith Peterson, and he was pissed. What is he saying to you here?
He's like, calm down. He's like, you need to chill out. He didn't mess with the aura.
Did you win that fight?
Of course, baby.
Okay, so it wasn't one of the losses.
Yeah. Winksy's had a couple of feathers be lost.
And what about that entrance when you jump off the cage? Where'd you come up with that?
The voices in my head told me to do it, Ariel.
These voices, you keep mentioning them. You're like a young Randy Orton. I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. You know that guy?
You're going to need a lot more autotune for that because that was crap.
Okay. Well, are you the same guy? Like, is it the same thing? What are these voices? By the way, these wings, not as elaborate as the ones that you're wearing now.
Yeah, those are my other wings. I actually like those a lot more, but I wish I had a little bit. These ones are just, they're a little bit weak. I'm losing some feathers on these. They need a little bit of maintenance.
That APFC,
I usually keep these in here.
The APFC climb up there, it seemed like you struggled just a little bit.
Yeah. It was a little bit taller than I thought. I had to extend my wings even bigger to get up there.
Okay. I'm just sort of taking in all the aura right now.
Yeah, I know. It's a little bit of an experience.
So
it's hard to get used to.
It seems like you're handling the loss well. Like you're not, I thought maybe you'd be a little bit down, depressed in your feelings.
Oh, don't worry, Chad. I am very depressed.
Oh, okay. So this is all just a front.
This is a mask, a performance. It's part of me, but I'm having a lot of trouble bringing it out right now.
Okay.
There was a lot of stuff that went wrong, and it wasn't supposed to go wrong.
Like what?
Come on now. We saw the clip. Replay the clip of me getting kicked in the face.
Oh, I don't know if we're allowed to. Do we have the ability to? Yeah, it's because they're gonna ding us. They're gonna ding us.
No.
Yeah.
Well.
They'll come after us.
It's not even out on YouTube yet. It's on my IG.
Yeah, I know, but
playable from there.
So what happened? What happened? You got kicked in the head and then you got choked.
This is what happened, bro.
Why were you doing that? Were you feeling yourself?
A guillotine around my neck. And then I was kind of stunned. So like, I was like kind of wrestling. Like, you know how when have you ever been kicked in the face, Ariel?
Sure.
Yeah. And like, it like stuns you.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain wasn't really working. I didn't get out to the side for the guillotine defense. Character development is not fun. But I ended up losing a couple feathers that match.
That happens to everyone, like DJ told you.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Can I ask you a question? Are you ever out of character? Are you ever just like chill?
No. This is me.
This is you 24/7?
Maybe I'd talk a little bit more. Maybe I'd talk a little bit more with an inflection. But this is literally me.
I hear Malcolm come out a little bit at times.
Oh, he's dead. Only Wing C remains.
How does your girlfriend feel about this?
Well, she loves it. She loves it, chat. You want to see a picture of her?
Sure. Why do you keep calling me chat? I'm just one guy. Oh, dear. That's not your girlfriend.
She's so beautiful.
That's not your girlfriend. Do you really have a girlfriend?
Of course, chat. Come on now. Why would Wing C lie to you?
I don't know.
She's probably watching this right now. She probably is laughing her head off that I just showed that picture.
What's her name?
Wing GF.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Does she compete as well?
No, she doesn't. But she might undergo a training arc. Because if she doesn't, I'm going to leave her.
Okay. And when do you think your next fight will be?
Probably in the next year. I need to work on my defense.
Oh, wow. So you're going to take a whole year off?
Yeah.
Are you free?
No, not a whole year. Hold up.
Oh.
He gets depressed if he doesn't fight within like 2 months.
Okay.
Next year, as in 2026.
Oh, okay.
March.
Yeah, right. I think you should go to like Japan or something. I feel like you need like that type of...
Minasan, yokoso, boku wa Wing C desu. Yoroshiku na.
How do you?
I want to go to Japan.
How do you think they'll feel about you there? Because there's a lot of like calmness and respect. How do you think the martial arts community would feel about you there?
Well, I've been watching reels of like Ryzen and some MMA promotions in Japan, and they're not like respect. I love their production. They'll be like, "Goda, back again," and they're like getting each other's face. What's the dude's name? Mitsuru Asakura. His promotion. Oh, I see the clips, bro. They're so funny. They like have a bunch of people walk in and sit on chairs, and then they all just start like talking shit to each other, and it's the best thing ever. If you guys have some free time, go look it up.
All right.
It's entertaining.
For real. No, I think that you can have a nice little run over there. Frank, any questions for Wing C? Anything you want to ask Wing C? We've got Mysterious Frank standing by.
I really appreciate you asking me, but I don't have any questions.
Any anime questions?
I got some questions for you, Ariel.
Oh, okay. What about anime? Nothing? No?
Let me check my notes.
Okay.
What's your type in women?
Well, I am spoken for.
Who's to check?
Yeah, who is to check, Bob? What has become of all of us at this point? Who is to check? I like them Jewish. You know, I'm Jewish. How do you feel about that?
Depends on what you think of the Celestial Dragons.
I feel pretty good about them. You know, your man JC was a Jew.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I got a couple more. What's your favorite anime?
My favorite anime. That is a good question. I really liked who's the one? The Charizard. You know the one, Charizard?
This interview's done.
Why?
I can't believe you disrespected me like that.
Why? Is that not anime?
Charizard, come on. Let's. Oh my goodness. My Ariel, your aura.
Oh.
You're fumbling.
Minus 1,000, would you say?
Charizard is a Pokemon from the anime Pokemon.
Yes, sir.
Charizard itself is not an anime.
Well,
Looks like you need to do more research.
Aura negative 1,000.
Yeah, for real.
What else you got?
Want to see me dance?
Sure.
All right. Let me put on a song for you.
Okay, will we get dinged for this? Who's to check?
I think we'll find out.
Here we are. This is how you like to head into Thanksgiving, right? Nice little wholesome
This is
chat.
how I'm going to show up to Thanksgiving.
Let's hear it. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Da-da. Oh, yes. Done it by my boy to be. I'm going up. It's our moment. Gotta be stronger.
That's how I'm going to enter Thanksgiving. That's exactly how I'm going to walk in the door.
Are you a big Thanksgiving guy?
I don't really eat too much. I really only drink chocolate milk, but I guess it's all right.
Okay. Well, I do want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. You're definitely not an NPC. I take that back.
Thank you. Seems you recognize my aura for real now.
Dare I say you're a ZPC?
ZPC?
Yeah.
What kind of crackhead terminology is that?
You don't know about the ZPC?
Not really.
It seems like I'm a little bit hipper than you thought.
Imagine using hip in 2025.
Oh,
Chat,
damn.
ridicule him.
Damn. Why? Why can't you say hip? Cool?
Bro, come on. That's like Gen X terminology.
Well,
we use Hobby Lane mechanism and
6-7.
Yeah.
That stuff.
6-7's kind of the boomers are using 6-7 though. So
yes, it got played out, right? You got X-nayed?
Yeah, it's kind of old now.
By the way, you're 24. You're not in that demo.
I know. I'm not Gen Alpha.
No.
I'm just chronically online, so I see everything.
Yeah. Do you think what's your screen time?
To be able to understand my language, you're going to need a minimum of 7 hours screen time.
Okay.
It's kind of a hard thing to achieve.
Now, Frank, any final thoughts?
Thanks for stopping by.
I want you to look up what
It would outrun the wind.
I want you to look up what ZPC is and get back to us. All right?
I need you to watch an anime, chat.
Okay.
I'm going to recommend you one. So,
Tell me.
One Punch Man, season 1 only because season 3 sucks. Go watch One Punch Man, and it's only 12 episodes. I promise you'll enjoy it, and you'll be like, all right, Wing C kind of was onto something. Also, I just wanted to say, Ariel, seriously, I'm so glad that you recovered from ligma. I know it's like a hard thing that people like try to get over, but it's so great to see you're healthy and well again.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'm happy you've recovered from the head kick and the guillotine. All the best to you, my friend. God bless on your journey. You think I'm gonna fall for your tricks? Come on, bro. I'm hipper than that. All the
It seems
best.
you're a little bit more hip than I thought.
Yeah. Hey. God bless. Happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. I hope it goes well with your girlfriend's parents. And let's see you on that journey. I can't wait till you turn pro. Let us know. Keep us posted, all right? All the best to you. There he is, everyone. Wing C. Yeah, there he is. What a guy. What a character. You know, I asked the boys, them, should we have Wing C on? Is he the kind of guy that we should end the Thanksgiving week of programming with? They all said no. I said yes, and quite frankly, I'm happy with the decision.
Did you have a question? No, please stop.
Does anyone know what ZPC is?
No.
No.
And
Okay,
I even
perfect.
Googled it.
Do you know what ZPC is?
I made it up, but I
Okay,
feel...
all right.
Okay, I thought
you can't
so.
do that.
No. The chat knows. Chat knows.
The chat actually knows?
Chat knows. Chat knows. Chat, do you know what ZPC is?
Zero population count?
Um,
What does PC stand for, Ariel?
NPC.
Yeah, but what does NPC stand for?
NPC is non-playable character.
Non-player
He's
character.
literally that guy. He's the guy walking around. Now,
Oh, he's
Man.
too.
it's up to him to graduate. He's like the guy that you're walking around, and you.
I'm going to say he's the kind of guy that treats all of us like we're NPCs because he's the main character in his own world.
I enjoy. Oh, my daughter's calling me right now. Do you think she was watching that?
I think she saw Wing C and she was inspired.
You have to pick up.
Do I?
Yes, that's
all right,
the rule.
Here it is. Hi, Claire Z. I'm live on the air right now. How are you?
Good.
I was just talking to Wing C. Are you familiar with him?
No, I'm not familiar with Wing Z.
He's, some might say an NPC, some might say he's the main character. I say he's a ZPC.
What's a ZPZ?
You're not as hip as I thought.
Wait, what's ZPZ?
He's a little... anyway, Claire, what do you think? Merab Dawalishvili or Joshua Van?
Joshua Van.
I screwed up. They're actually not fighting each other. It's Merab Dawalishvili or Pyotr Yan.
Pyotr Yan.
Wow. Alex Pantoja or Joshua Van?
Joshua Van.
So there's an accusation as of late that you're only picking the second person that I mentioned.
No, that's not happening.
Well, you just did it 3 times.
The person I think.
All right. Well, is there anything that I can help you with, or can I call you back?
You can call me back.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There she is, everyone. Claire Helwani, one half of the Clariel Show. What a 1-2 punch that was, right?
For sure. 2 dogs as well.
Yeah,
stuff.
seriously.
The ZPC thing.
Yeah.
You keep going back to that. Zesty playable character?
You said it, not me. You said it, not me. I mean, there was some zest to it, was there not?
Yeah, we're going to need to put a side by side, you doing the shoulder thing and him doing the wing thing.
I should have asked him.
And it can be like a Street Fighter 1 versus 2.
I think I would characterize it more as like theatrical than.
Do you guys think that was really his girlfriend in the picture? Do you think it was just like a fake picture?
No, I think it's probably his girlfriend.
It definitely is not.
Is he like one of those furry types?
No, I don't think so.
He didn't seem to.
You know, like the ones that dress up as animals?
No. We know.
We know what it is.
Sure,
but
man. Yeah. We're
he
aware.
didn't really show anything related to furries that would make me.
I mean, he's dressed as a bird, essentially.
No, but that's not furry.
Frank?
He's got wings.
Frank,
I'm with you, Ariel.
How about that 19th Amendment?
You act like an animal.
Yeah, what is that? Is that really women voting? I mean, he's playing a character. I wanted Andy to come out of the screen and slap him. I wanted Andy to come out of the screen and slap him in the face.
You did feel that the Malcolm breakthrough fairly often.
You could tell, right? It's hard to keep the character up for 30 minutes.
When you were like, how long did tattoos take? He's like, like 7 hours or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I share a personal anecdote real quick?
Please.
So on Saturday, I went to the Japan Society, which is right over by the United Nations.
How
and
cultured of you.
They did a screening of one of my favorite anime from 30 years ago. They brought the director out, and he did a whole introduction. And, you know, the vibes were good. Everybody was having a good time. And then I see this shit. I'm like, no wonder people like dog on anime. Like, it's supposed to be...
Whoa, man.
What's with the shit? Bro.
I mean, that's just how I feel.
You didn't enjoy that?
I mean, it's a cool character, but like, let's respect that there is an art form to it, and it's not all just like poking fun at it.
I actually don't think that he's poking fun. I just think that he's, you know.
I get it, zesty.
No, he's just, you know, he's into it.
How dare you?
The one thing that I do worry about, in all honesty, the one thing that I do worry about this generation. I was actually reading an article about it this morning, saying that like kids shouldn't have access to phones, pre-13, all this stuff, and you guys know how I feel about it. I do feel like so much of it is just like their brains are forming different than the ones who are growing up online with phones, with devices. I don't think human beings will ever be the same.
Can I ask you?
And I'm not suggesting that there weren't characters back in the 50s, 60s, 70s.
I don't mean...
But I'm just saying, I think a lot of this is formed through the internet, social media. I mean, like, he's talking to me and he keeps referencing the chat. Like, I think he can't even, like, unwire his brain like that.
Now, do you think there was a time where your parents had you listening to rock and roll and watching pro wrestling and thought your brain is also being developed differently?
I know for a fact that I used to watch pro wrestling and my dad would get mad at me and say like, this is stupid. And so I get that. But and maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I spoke in a different language. Maybe I'm wrong. Definitely did. All right, fine.
You definitely were not speaking the same way.
Why
your
does
parents.
it? Okay, but here's the thing.
Didn't get a headband tattoo.
I did not. But what it does feel, and I'm experiencing it as a father now of a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and 9-year-old. I see as much as that was prevalent, as much as we were influenced and affected by it, we weren't walking out on the street looking at it. It wasn't there. You had to go home and sit in front of the TV at a certain time to watch the thing that you wanted to watch. And you got it for 30 minutes a week, and that was it. There was no other way. Now you can binge things. Now you can watch things. Now you have access to things 24/7. It can't be healthy. It can't be good for you. There's no way.
That feels like a commentary more, though, on social media and this constant and 24/7 news cycle is eroding our society more so than like kids. Because it's fucking us up too. We're getting.
I was talking about this morning. I'm addicted. We're all addicted in some way, shape, or form. But here's the thing: we're adults, and I think we do have the ability to cut it off when we absolutely need to cut it off. Kids don't. And I think that it is. Now we're getting to like a whole deeper discussion going off of this.
I'm here for it.
I think it is morphing their brain for the worse. I think it is making them socially not inept. That would be tough. That would be a tough thing to say, but it is not allowing the brain to evolve and mature the way in which it should. It's almost like a poison. And I feel like it is unhealthy to be that connected, to look at a screen, to be influenced by all this stuff, to speak in this language, to have all this stuff in your mind. Not to mention, by the way, when you're 13, 14, 15, 16, and now all of a sudden you're feeling self-conscious. Now all of a sudden you're questioning yourself. You're trying to be liked. You're trying to have friends. You're seeing other friends do things and you're feeling left out and you're feeling down and you're starting to question yourself, or you're starting to see other people who don't look like you, who look better, and now you're starting to compare yourself and your body type and all these things that kids go through since, man was created. Now it's in your face. Because I look at it too and I'm like, oh man, those people are on vacation. Lucky them. Oh man, that guy's got, a pretty sick house. Lucky him. You know what I mean? Like we're always constantly judging and comparing and things like that. And I don't think any of this is healthy.
I agree with all of that. And I'm only playing devil's advocate, but I think these things were always true, right? I think there was always this type of thing. Now, granted, it is more in your face, but also like, who are we to decide that? Like ultimately society is going to go in one direction or another. Like we're parents, we can stop them from doing that, but then amongst their peers, are they going to be influenced regardless of kind of what we do? This is going to happen. This is just going to happen. There is an inevitability. What I do think will ultimately happen at the end of the road is we will go back offline. I think online will become such a toxic, putrid place that it already kind of is. It will go so far in that direction that people will disconnect. And we're starting to see that, right? We see people like taking breaks from social media and doing these things to reset themselves. I think that will be extended.
Conor McGregor.
And I think it's cyclical. It all kind of happens that way. But I don't think
buy, by the way, like Motorola razors. Can you buy like
people carry
Yes.
You can buy them.
Smartphones.
Do they sell them, or they're kind of like bootleggy?
It's retro. It's a retro thing.
I'm pretty sure you can still buy flip phones through.
You can buy them. I know somebody with one. You can definitely get one.
Yeah, and it's like
my grandpa still has a flip phone.
Okay, no, because I was actually talking about this morning with my wife. I was like, maybe the answer is a flip phone first. I don't know how that would.
But here's what happens when you do
accepted,
that.
But
you do that, and then now they're doing the comparison thing that you're afraid of, right? Now they're looking around and saying, this person has this, I don't have this. The more you resist this type of thing, I do feel like it makes them seek it.
Brick breaker instead of social media.
Yeah.
Brick breaker script. Yeah.
Snake.
But that stuff.
It's all
addictive.
addictive.
It is, but that's like
different.
That's Game Boy stuff. That's games.
Just kidding.
Oh, okay. It's scary, man. Honestly, it is scary to have kids growing up in this environment in this world, and I listen, we're on the internet, so I'm not trying to shun the internet, but again, I'd like to think that we are a little bit more mature and able to say, okay, no more, enough is enough, but you see how much it affects you, and I think that this young man, who is entertaining and talented and all this stuff, is affected a lot by this environment, and you see the head tattoo, there's got to be a point at some point where you think that maybe that wasn't the best idea, right?
I think I agree with what you're saying. I think it's more a cultural thing than it is a technology thing.
Yeah, but or is it you're trying to get a head tattoo to pop the comments?
Maybe.
And 6 months later, it's not popping the comments anymore. When you're reactive.
Try 6
But
years
our
later.
parents and our grandparents would have said the same thing about any tattoo, right? They would have been like, "Oh, you got a tattoo?"
No, it's a head tattoo. He literally got a head tattooed around his.
By the way,
I'm not.
Is there any question that it's not real, or is that?
No, it's real. It's real.
Wow, that is
possibly AI.
Possible.
Like, I'm not suggesting that I want my children to do this, but I am suggesting that at a certain point you're fighting a change that's coming that you can't really fight.
There's also an argument to make that he isn't a child. He is 24 years old.
He's a man.
No.
What?
No, I'm saying, I was going to say, no, you are right, but he acts like a child.
Yes, he was acting like he was 16.
Exactly. So that's
referring to the chat every other
second.
Yes.
No, that's why I was like, I actually quickly looked at his topology and I said, oh, wow, he's 24. I thought initially maybe like 18, 19.
We actually have a guy on the team who is younger than that.
Younger than 24?
Yeah, Dan.
Who, me? Dan, what do you think of Wing C?
Hold on, he's getting on.
Okay, let's hear this.
Honestly, he's like the type of guy that me and my friends would make fun of in the Xbox party.
Okay.
That's like exactly what I thought of at first. But yeah, crazy character. I don't know. I was dumbfounded back here.
And I do want to...
One more thing that actually made me think of this. As we're doing like parent corner over here.
Yeah, this is fun.
Bill Simmons.
Shout out, Ben.
Consider that Dan, who's around the same age, right, said that, right? Like he's somebody that are my friends and I don't identify with. Are you also looking to examples like Wing C, who are the most public, loud, and obvious, while your kids, people of Dan's age, are not necessarily leaning in this direction, right? Are we looking at the most like bright and flagrant examples of something that you're looking at and going, I don't necessarily want my kids to kind of follow that example?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the majority are actually not even like moving in that direction. It's
I will say this. I will say this without saying, like, I sort of hang around, and now it's different. It changes as the kids get older, and I enjoy being around my kids so much and their friends, but I feel so far removed from the way their brain works. And I know that's a byproduct of getting older and the times and all that stuff. And I'm an unk.
You're washed, unk.
I put the unk in uncrown, okay? I put the unk in uncrown. But the point is, I don't think we were sort of like this. And maybe this is exactly the moment that I become that guy. And I think a lot, I am genuinely worried about what social media and phones are doing to kids. I'm genuinely worried about it. I always go back to this. I went to a bat mitzvah, and I had to go to a lot of those as a kid, bar bat mitzvah, and you were forced at an awkward age as a 13-year-old, like you're forced to talk to friends, you're forced to talk to girls, you're forced to dance, you're forced to be interactive, right? And I would see, as I went to a lot of these now as I've gotten older, and kids of friends that were friends with the parents and all that. And instead of doing that, they're just sitting off to the corner looking at their phone. There is no push to be social. There is no push to have interactions with other human beings. There's no push. It is very easy to just sit back and talk on the phone. I also see, I wasn't talking to people the way my kids talk to people via text. I wasn't talking to them when I was their age. 6th grade, 7th grade, but it's easy to talk to someone via text, right? It's easy to interact via text because you could just write things, you could just do things, and they were doing it a couple of years ago via their iPad and stuff like that. Like all these things. Again, not trying to make this into a parent thing. I don't even know how we got on this. Like,
no, I want to keep going
now,
because.
Wait. What I wanted to say before we move too far down, I wanted to publicly thank Dan. Dan has done such a great job. And we brought him on here, and he's done such an amazing job filling in for Jordan as Jordan was doing his thing. So thank you, Dan. You're an extended part of the family. You've done a tremendous job filling in filling up some big shoes, and you didn't miss a beat. So thank you very much for all the hard work, my man. There he is. There's Dan. Great job, my man. And we will ride again with the Seton Hall Pirate. All right, Rick, what else you want to say? I got some questions I got to answer here.
No, but important.
Oh, Jesus.
Important to say.
Why is GC struggling so much?
They learn
Don't know
from
where he's going.
They learn from us. How are we supposed to tell the kids
100%.
to get off your phone when we're on our phones?
You're 100% right. I am trying to be very cognizant.
This is a societal problem.
Yes.
This is not a kid problem.
I'm trying not to look at my phone in bed, in the car, whatever. I can sense, I can feel the eyes judging, looking.
I'm telling my kids to get off the iPad. I'm on my phone playing fucking Magic. 100%, I can't do it.
Let's start a challenge. We all got to publicly post our screen times every week.
Okay, I would love that, and I'm 100%
those fighting words.
But I have a problem with screen time. I have a problem with the way screen time is tabulated. Can I tell you why?
Oh, he's putting up generational
numbers.
That's fucking illegal.
No, I'll tell you why. Every time I go to the office, right? My commute is like 45 minutes to an hour, right? And I'll use Google Maps, right? That counts as an hour. And that hour then gets added to everything else. That's not fair.
All right. It breaks it down by app, so we'll subtract your Google Maps time.
But there's a lot of things, like if I don't close out of my email right now, they'll count email.
It's tough.
If you actually look at the breakdown, because I've looked at my number and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. And I look and it's like, 4 hours Google Maps. Like, no, you can't count that on that day that I went on a long drive. That's
you don't
not
know your
fair.
way home yet?
No, it goes by the track. There's like road closures.
We
things
can
like that.
subtract the Google Maps. The other apps, we're subject
We also
to the
have to
same
deal
thing.
with these things.
Yeah, we have
all
email
fair. They're all
too.
they all tick up the same.
Why are you shaming screen time?
I think that I'm listen.
It's a plague, Frankie.
Do you know what I'm at? I'm embarrassed by my number.
What is it?
But I don't think my number is accurate.
Mine is going to be higher, so there's nothing.
No, mine is higher for sure.
Just tell us what your number is.
All right, let's find out.
I know what my number is because it pops up every week.
Just tell us.
As a slap in the face.
All right, you go.
It's usually in the 11 range.
I'm 11. I'm 1141.
Yeah, we're in this.
I saw my 6 and I was like, Jesus,
what it
I'm
is.
not doing great.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm 1141.
It's
It is
bad.
what it is.
But again, I'm watching YouTube to prepare for the show. Like I watched a 2-hour Vince Russo interview last night. Watched it. I had it in my pocket. I'm listening. That counts as 2 hours.
Yes.
That's not fair.
What?
That's not fair. What are you at?
2 hours and 58 minutes.
Yeah, I
Look
mean,
at that.
that's great. Good for you.
Shout out.
But I like that. That's the length of the Vince Russo. It's not fair. Anyway, Steven Seagal Sensei, a couple more. Here's how the future will play out for Salsa Boy. Salsa Boy beats a can of beans in December and surpasses Volkov as number 1 contender. Cyril Gane hurts his finger while poking heavy bag. Salsa Boy steps in and KOs Aspinall early 26. Rematch with Aspinall at the White House. Rinse and repeat for Salsa Boy. He gets on the mic, rips a promo of the year, calling out John Jones. Salsa Boy lands the first ever flying twister, takes John Jones' GOAT status. Pereira steps up to fight him. GC finally places a bet on Salsa Boy to win. Salsa Boy gets brutally knocked out and retires in the cage. Salsa Boy gets drafted by the Blue Jays, strikes out more batters than the Roger Clemens. 97 winning the championship for Toronto. That would be quite the arc, as Mr. Winksy would say. By the way, how many times have you actually bet against him? All 5 times this year?
Yeah, every single fight.
Wow. Including the last one?
No, I didn't. I said I wouldn't bet against him on this one out of respect for him taking 5 fights and flying to Qatar on 2 days' notice, and that if he won, I would become president of
And now
Salsa
here you
Boy
are.
Nation. Yeah, now I
Actually talking to the guy.
Now I lead a nation, Salsa Nation.
Blessed Express. Hello, Ariel and crew. Ariel, I hope you answer my question. It'll be my first one on the air. Here we are. On the episode of Uncrowned, when you had Chuck and PT and discussed each other's journalism backgrounds, how would you deal with a source that is close to a fighter's team and gave you the okay to report some news, and a fighter wants you to tell them the source because they feel betrayed by someone on their team and did not want? No, you don't do it. You just don't do it. Can't do it. Can't be going around breaking people's trust. Sorry, man. And the thing, I've been put in this situation before, and the thing I always say is, if you told me something in confidence, would you want me to break your trust? And that usually gets the job done. John Chena. Dear Ariel and crew, no question, just lots of admiration and gratefulness. You guys are awesome. Somehow each show better than the next. Love all the chemistry. The last 20 minutes of yesterday's show had me dying of laughter. I'll be supporting with a scorecard shirt and a Who Me water bottle. God bless and happy Thanksgiving to all the crew. How about that?
What even was the last 20 minutes of yesterday's episode?
Who knows?
Who's to check?
He's talking about Monday or yesterday?
Drum Coda, Ariel and gang, what is your dream for UFC fighter PRJ rotation? Only caveat is that needs to be set of rivals. It needs to be a set of rivals. For example, Diaz and Masvidal or Conor and Nate. Ultimately, I went with Chito Vera, Sugar Sean, Yuri, and Alex. Oh, interesting. So he's saying it has to be 2 sets of rivals. I think Nate and Connor would be fun. Alex and Izzy? Or are they not rivals anymore?
Yeah, they're boys now, I feel like.
Yuri and Magomed? Mine and Hall's Hat Lice. What's up, lads? I speak for everyone here when I say we need an infrequent special episode revisit of classic boys banter moments on the AH show. Essentially, you guys all revisiting and reliving classic moments and opening up some of the in-jokes to the unanointed. I'm thinking 30 million for the kitchen scrap, James Tahuna, Ariel Poo stories, GC sleeping, Pete quarterback meme. I and many others watch this show primarily for you boys chopping it up and belly laughing. We all love your energy. Peace and love. Peace and love. Hit it, Frankie.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Mind and all, huh?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Wow,
it's fucking tough, isn't it? Huh? Reading is hard, okay?
No, because that's what I called him, remember?
You and I, we can... Oh, okay.
Bright and Sunny, hey, big fan of the show, but why you got to do the ESPN thumbnail spoilers on YouTube? Wake up early Sunday morning to settle into the Islam JDM fight card and glance down to see a notification from your YouTube to tell me there's a new post show, but it's literally titled Islam Crush JDM. I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Okay, we're not gonna cater to your fucking sleep schedule. Okay, this is absurd. It's one thing when it's ESPN, like the place that you are going to watch it. The news ain't gonna be like, is someone sleeping over in freaking Amsterdam? Sorry, bud.
Who was it that was asking for ESPN to not just do clips? Was it Sean O'Malley?
Steve-O.
Steve-O did that.
Yeah. Is Tom Aspinall okay? From Rachel. What a nice, thoughtful question. We have not heard from Tom in a minute, but hopefully we will soon. Your mom goes to college. I apologize. I said you were not answering questions directly enough, but honestly, the questions recently have been brutal. Blind ranking being asked 50 times. 2 questions. Is there any chance of having a moderator again? No. I'm
James Tahuna?
GC, blind rank the following. Thanksgiving parade.
Wait, sorry, was this from the same person?
No.
Okay,
I
the person
skipped the
said
second one.
blind rankings are brutal.
No.
Blind rank the following.
Thanksgiving parade.
What?
What's
the category?
Just blind rank events on or around Thanksgiving.
Oh, fuck. 2.
Thanksgiving parade.
2.
NFL football.
1.
Black Friday shopping.
5.
Thanksgiving dinner with family.
3.
That low?
No,
I already took the 2 and the 1.
I know. Blackout Wednesday. What's Blackout Wednesday?
Oh, 4. That's tonight.
Yeah, but what is that?
You're supposed to be in your hometown. You meet up with all your boys from college, high school. People you haven't seen in years, and you get hammered at the bar, and then you wake up super hungover. The next morning, you go do your turkey trot, puke at the end of it, start drinking football. Yeah.
Wait, is this why you never want to do the Wednesday show?
You know, man, who's to say? Who's to check? Who's to check?
Wait, but that was a pretty good ranking. I feel like 1 through 5, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I haven't partaken in Blackout Wednesday in a few years.
I mean, the night is young. You guys want to do some libations after?
Yeah, let me go hang out with my college friends and my friends from high school, man, for sure.
Here's Ahmed, guys. This one is for GC. We in the Middle East fans are very upset with GC because every time the UFC comes to the Middle East, he don't try any Arabic kitchen/food at fight fees. It's a good call.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout.
When can we get one?
What do we want? Arabic food?
Yeah, you got to
send me the menu.
Nah, bro. Just come.
I tried.
Just come to my parents' house. They'll kill you with the Arabic food.
What did we try one time, Frankie? Lebanese food?
Oh, the best.
Sir.
That's what I grew up on.
Yeah.
For which?
This was before Fight Feast for 280 Islam versus Charles. We owe the Middle East a Fight Feast.
Hell yeah. GC, this is from Warship. Please blind rank these 4 2025 Thanksgiving dinner conversations.
Okay, yeah.
1 being the most uncomfortable / the worst.
All right.
Being asked about your relationship status by grandma or aunt.
4. That's not uncomfortable.
Listening to the family say how much they hate Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in general.
3.
The typical uncle going on about politics.
Yeah, that's 1.
Definitely Frank in that.
Oh, yeah.
Later, having that same uncle who doesn't know much about MMA try to have a conversation with you about the White House card and how it will be the best event of our lifetime.
That's 2, for sure.
That's a pretty good one.
That's great.
Helge wants to know when we could get a audio-only live stream on Spotify.
I don't know what that is.
He also asks, I don't care about the Tuesday versus Wednesday, but the jumping back and forth is a bit weird, no? He's referring to on the nose. I just, when it feels appropriate, it feels appropriate. What's the difference? Keeping you on your toes. Just a couple more here. Gorgonzola crusted gout. GC and New York Rick, how often do you guys get recognized in public?
Gorgonzola encrusted gout is insane.
That's the worst.
That's not that often.
That's weird work.
It happens sporadically and at the most random times. Like the other day, I was like running to catch a train, and the subway door closed. And like when it closed, the guy on the other side of the glass like started beating on the glass, who was also running the train. He's like, "Oh, GC, what's up?" I was like, "Oh, what's up, man?" Or
Sucks for you.
Yeah, I was at like a bagel shop one time, and I was like in sweatpants and a hoodie, and I was talking to my friend that I was with, and some guy was like, "Hey, I don't mean to bother you. You're on Helwani Show?"
Yeah.
It's super, super random times.
I love it.
Very, very sporadically.
Rick?
Same thing.
Drew says, I listen every second of every show every single day. Where and when did Ariel get this Yahoo button?
Well, enjoy hearing it now. It's the last
Frank,
you'll hear
please
it.
do us all a favor and take it away from Ariel, as he clearly has no self-control. Happy Thanksgiving from a Canadian.
And the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, because what these guys don't know is your kids were in the room
They were
pushing
playing
the
with
button until the wee hours of the night.
Actually, the CEO of Yahoo, Mr. Jim Lanzone, our fearless leader, gave it to me, and it's one of the great gifts that I've ever received.
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
I feel like the moderation to like what I've done is pretty good. Here's 2 more for you. Demur Ismagalov says, hey guys, happy almost Thanksgiving. When you meet someone for the first time, what do you say you do for work? I presume Ariel says he's a combat sports journalist, and Frank doesn't ever meet new people, so the question is probably irrelevant. I don't say that. I say I think probably the first thing that comes to mind is journalist. Definitely not combat sport. I'm trying to show people that I'm more Olympics, journalist. Oh, what do you do? Host this, that type of thing. Work in media. Have a podcast, Uncrowned HQ, that type of thing. Last one, Matt Berkeley. This is for Frank El Misterioso. Have you ever listened to Le Spécial? Use that French accent on the first word, Ariel. Le Spécial.
No.
They are mainly on the jam band circuit, but bring the metal element that is usually missed in the genre. I think you'd enjoy them.
Very
P.S. Add me on Live Journal.
Oh, I can do that. What does the name mean? Does it have a...
Le Spécial means the special.
Oh, I could have figured that out. But it didn't.
Frank, do we have any super chats before
we do. Super chats. Danny writes in, come on, Strickland made Ian famous. Hot take. Every interview, Ian is Ian's #1 deglazer.
Who's Ian?
Ian Machado Gary.
Oh. Strickland made Ian famous. Why? What does Strickland...
Who's to check?
Yeah, who knows? Well, thanks, bud. What else?
Thoughts on Jim Cornette and want him on the show?
Would love Jim on the show. He does a great job with the pod. Always appreciate when he does a breakdown of our content. The Vince one was great. Enjoyed that very much. Enjoyed all the chats. Always fun when they're in studio, but he had a great connection, so that was good as well. Would love. I think he does a phenomenal job. He cracks me up. At times, he's a little ornery, as they say, but it's great fun. And one time, I I saw him from afar at a wrestling event when I was at No Mercy 2000 in Albany, New York, but have never really had a conversation with him. So I would very much love to have him on. What else, Frank?
Vince, if you are successful in elevating more eyeballs to JCW to the point a television deal presents itself, what happens to that edgy content that fans like me have been missing? Does that now get watered down because of TV execs?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the times, they have changed. Obviously, this is a question for Vince, but, there's streaming, there's all kinds of things. So even the ratings are different. The way people consume media is different, as we've just discussed at length. So who knows? Seems like he's happy. Seems like he's enjoying it. Seems like he's happy to not be a part of the politics and all that stuff. Wish him well. One of the great characters in the sport. Love him or hate him. And let's see where it goes from there. What else, Frank?
Team sense of humor ranked. PT number 1, GC 2, Frank 3, Jordan 4, Rick 5, and Ariel 6.
That would be 6 being the best.
That's one way to look at it.
That's
I'm all right
crazy.
with it.
That's crazy. By the way, me below Jordan is insane. And Rick, no chance.
But 6 is the best.
Okay, fine. What else, Frankie? What else?
Wait, what the fuck's that supposed to mean? Why me and Jordan in particular?
I just felt I was going with the 2 top guys ahead of me.
I don't care. I'm not here for my sense of humor.
Shavkat's translator translates in Russian. However, Shavkat replies in a different language. Uzbek?
Oh.
Can you ask why this is the case? Call them up. If I missed my chance, please ask next year when he's on.
Yeah.
Was that some shade at the end?
To be honest, I didn't know that. Did anyone else know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
If this is true, I had no idea.
Okay. That is interesting, though, if true. What else, Frankie? What else?
Connor beefing with Khabib or Ali. DC sending shots at John Jones. We're so back, baby.
Yeah, apparently DC wrote something, about Jones being in Chechnya and not at home for Thanksgiving. Who knows? But yes.
Feels like 20...
By the way, as I've been saying, 2026 could be 2016 all over again. Throw Ronda into the mix, come back. It's all coming together.
Has DC confirmed or denied the whole grappling thing that Jones mentioned?
No, I haven't asked him.
Interesting.
What would he be confirming or denying?
I guess that there was an offer, yeah.
Wait, he said it. There was an offer?
Jones said there was an offer, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
He said absolutely, and then implying that the other camp was interested.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Khabib has had multiple pump and dump crypto coins.
What else, Frankie? What else?
GC, Slick Rick, I'm smoking a spliff, and this Wing C guy got me wondering what dimensions we're in. Need a boys in the back breakdown of this guy. Surprised emoji.
Perhaps on tomorrow's Pound for Pound.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do pound for pound Wing C.
Who's to check?
Pound for pound Wing C moments.
Yes.
I can only imagine smoking a spliff and turning this on. And it's a Wing C.
What was he doing?
What dimension are we
Wow,
in?
that's pretty good.
How dare you?
What else, Frankie? What else?
And then lastly, Wing Seeing Championship run starts now. Let's fucking go chat.
Yeah, people seem to like the winged one. I do appreciate the super chats. One last thing. There appears to be a report from Alvaro Colmenero, who is a journalist. I'm trying to see if it says where he's from, but I do not see. And he has reported that Ilia Topuria may not make his return until spring 2026. The quote is, "Things have changed a lot. There have been private situations, and you're going to be very surprised by what's going to happen in the lightweight division. I can confirm that Ilia won't fight in January. February, I doubt it very much. If you ask my opinion, I think Ilia will fight in the spring." So let us see. I think we're going to get a conclusion to this. I think we will get a conclusion to this in the very near future. We'll get some sort of conclusion to the state of the lightweight division. Let us see. But yes, as I said, remember I said this on Saturday, I want to see him versus Patty January 24th. Then I came here on Monday and said, it ain't looking like him versus Patty. It ain't looking like he's fighting in January. So now let's see Armin versus him. And he's talking about moving up and all this stuff. So let's see how it all plays out. One last thing before we go, my friends. Mazel Tov is in order to the Poiriers. Dustin and Jolie Poirier have welcomed a new baby boy. Wow, look at that. A brand new baby boy to this world. Well done. And dare I say, yahoo to them for their incredible bundle of joy. That's a beautiful gift. Great parents already to their sweet pea. And we wish them all the best. Hope everyone is feeling good, healthy, strong, happy. And what a way to head into the holiday season with a new addition to the family. All right, friends, it is time to go. If you do celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope it's a happy, healthy, enjoyable, merry one. If you don't, I hope it's a great Thursday for you and yours. If you're a football fan, NFL football fan who lives outside of the U.S., you probably love Thanksgiving as I did as a kid, because that means that there was NFL football during the day and we'd run home during our lunch break, watch a few minutes, and then run back. If you are someone who happens to be living in the United States and for whatever reason can't celebrate, maybe you're working, maybe you have a situation that is not allowing you to be with family and friends, I hope that you can find some happiness, some camaraderie. I hope that you can find something that will put you in a good mood, great spirits. Perhaps you could fire up an old episode of the program. We've been putting out a lot of good stuff. Or just watch something that puts you in a happy place. Brighter days are ahead. You're not alone. There's good times coming. We're all going to be in a great place. The Messiah is coming in 2026, I'm told. Yeah.
James Tahuna.
And of course, we shall be back on Monday. Not too much as far as combat sports is concerned. There is the big Ben Whitaker fight on Saturday. Very little MMA action. Just go to Kaposa's feed. I'm sure he'll find something great happening in Sri Lanka Fighting Championships 67. For us, though, that's it. No BITB on Thursday. No crack on Friday. Back on Monday, same time, place. Still say peace. I'm out of here. Happy Thanksgiving.
Peace and love. Peace and love.